Thank you, Jo. Good afternoon and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor Maureen Davis and I'm chairing the meeting today in the absence of the chairman. I welcome those members of the public and press in attendance and those who are watching the live stream of this meeting on YouTube. Minutes of the meeting will be produced in the usual way and a recording of the meeting will be available to view online until such time that the minutes are produced. Please be aware that only audio from the microphones will be captured on the live stream. Therefore, those invited to speak need to ensure their microphones are on when speaking and are as close to you as possible. To enable the meeting to run in an orderly manner, can all present keep their microphones off except when invited to speak? Please ensure that the microphone is turned off when you have finished speaking. I would also like to ask that everyone ensures their mobile phones are on silent or turned off for the duration of the meeting. Please be aware that cameras will be on at all times during the meeting. With regard to the meeting, I must ask members of the public to refrain from interrupting. The only members of the public allowed to speak are those who have registered. Anyone who speaks must do so in a respectful and polite manner. It is right that there is meaningful discussion about the merits of applications, but we will not allow inappropriate language or personal attacks on councillors and their beliefs, on members of the public or officers' professional advice. We now go to the agenda, item number 1, and I'd like to ask Member Services if they have had any apologies for absence.
Apologies received, Chairman, from Councillor Connor. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the previous meeting held on 21st of September 2022. Do I have a proposer for the minutes, please? Councillor Spalding. And a seconder, Councillor French. Does any member have any comments they wish to make on the minutes? Can I have a show of hands to approve the minutes, please? Thank you. We now go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There are none. However, please note that agenda item number 12 has been removed from the agenda. Thank you. We can now move on to the main part of the meeting, the planning applications. To remind members, a proposal to grant or refuse applications should only be made when invited to do so, and if going against the officer recommendation, the proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. Oh, have I missed something? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, I've missed one of the agenda items. I haven't given members the opportunity to declare interest. So we'll go around to each councillor in turn. And can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Jo. As always, when Matthew Hall is here, I have to declare that I know Matthew Hall. Previously, he's done work for me. He's at this moment doing some work for me, and he's also working very closely with the Chatteris Town Council Growing Fenland project, which he is the principal architect for. There is no bias, no pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest in this, but this is just for information. Item 5 today, I wasn't aware until we came in today. This may cause a conflict with my portfolio holder for assets within Fenland, so I will be retiring from the chamber whilst that item is discussed. Item 7, I do know the applicants. I don't drink with them. I don't have any social other than passing the time of the day. I was a shopkeeper for many years, but they used to come in the shop, but I had nothing to do with them. But I just want to state that I do know them, but that will not predetermine me in any way. And item 8, there was a cabinet decision that was made in relation to this application. Because I'm on cabinet, I'm just declaring that there is, but that will not predetermine me. And I believe Councillor French has got more words than I have to say on this matter, because we're all in that same situation today, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cornwall.
No, nothing, Chairman.
Councillor Mrs Davis.
Yes, I'm district councillor for Doddington and Wimbledon, and in that capacity I attend Doddington Parish Council meetings, but I take no part in any discussion or voting on planning applications. And with respect to item number 5, I wasn't, by coincidence, I wasn't at the meeting when that application was discussed, so I feel that I can carry on. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Choices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. There is an application that's coming up, and we'll have to go back to Councillor Benny, because I don't think he declared it today. No. So one of the applications, one of the applicants is listed as Councillor D. Laws, and so we need to discuss a declaration of interest. If you just know Councillor Laws from working as a councillor, then that's fine. You can just carry on. But if you are more friendly or on a regular basis see her go on holiday, your godfather, godmother to her children, then you would need to declare that interest. So I declare that I work with Councillor Laws on council, but I don't really have much stronger social interaction than that. If we can go back to Councillor Benny.
Yeah, okay, in that case then. I did read in the report that she was mentioned there, but Councillor Laws is, I didn't know her before I came to Fenland District Council. I worked with her quite closely in my portfolio role, crosses planning in quite a lot of areas, and I do know Councillor Laws, but I'm not socialised, nor will this make me predetermined in this in any way.
Before we move on, we need to go back to Councillor Cornwall.
I'm sorry, I haven't heard half of what's just been said. I wish people would speak into their microphones and then I could hear, but I'm afraid, who are we talking about, please?
Councillor D. Laws.
Right, okay.
She's listed as an
I think
applicant.
probably my ignorance there probably, in fact, guides the declaration. So no, I've got no.
Thank you.
Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a member of Marchtown Council. I take no part in any planning applications. Item number 8, which is a Wisbech application, it has been brought to my attention as a cabinet member. I, with Councillor Benny and Councillor Murphy, agreed on the 8th of September 2020 to agree to a match funding of £10,000. And it did actually state this was for match funding, which Wisbech were going to the Combined Authority and County Council Communities in Partnership for funding. That was for 21, 22, 22, 23. The potential future revenue of the capital implications for both projects, with the further report to be brought back to Cabinet on the Wisbech Park Changing Rooms project when further details, costings and feasibilities have been completed. This has never been brought, we're over 2 years ago, this has never been brought back to us. We had no knowledge of this whatsoever until the planning agenda came out this week. So we have got certainly no predetermination on that. Item number 10, which is Councillor D. Laws. I have known Dee for many years since she was on this council, and I'm not a close relationship whatsoever, so it does not deter me from discussing. Sorry, I'll go back to item number 5. I understand there was a discussion at Cabinet in 2009. I was not a cabinet member in 2009, so I have got no interest to declare on that whatsoever.
Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I'm the district councillor for Mainey Ward. Item number 7 was discussed at a meeting I was at, but I take no part in the voting or discussions regarding this. The applicant is also known to me via my ward counselling duties. I have spoken to Mr Turnbull regarding my dealings with this application. This is a new application, so I believe that I'm okay to speak on this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Laws is only known to me via the council.
Councillor Mrs Mayor.
Yes, I'm a member of Whittlesey Town Council. I do not sit on their planning committee. However, agenda item number 10 relating to Councillor Mrs Laws, I am a personal friend of hers, and so I will not take part in any of the voting or discussion on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. Yes, I attend Town Council, but take no part in any of the planning applications. I also know Matthew Hall through Town Council, but have no pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest at all with him. I am agenda item number 5, the ransom strip that I will take no part, as I was a cabinet member in 2009 when this was discussed. Agenda item number 8, I will not be taking part at all in this, as the item as part of my portfolio for the environment covers parks and open spaces. And also agenda item number 10, D laws along the cabinet, but I do not socialise with her at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a member of Marshtown Council and will take no part in any planning applications whatsoever. No, I basically hardly know D-Laws, so I met maybe twice, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Scolding.
Good afternoon. I am a Marchtown councillor, but I do not take any part in the planning. And yes, I do know Councillor D, but I'm not socially, only in the council.
Thank you. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Joe and Madam Chairman. Nothing to declare really. I know Dee, obviously, since she's been re-elected in 2015. I worked very closely with her when I didn't have the portfolio for planning, and worked with Dee very closely to hand over. But that was purely council work and nothing else.
Thank you. And Councillor Topgood.
Yes, I'm a member of Wisbeach Town Council. Item number 8, Wisbeach Park. I believe I'm not predetermined for that. And as for D, then I only ever meet her at council meetings.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'll now hand over to Teresa Nichol, Senior Development Officer, to present FYR 21-1072 FDL, agenda item number 5. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Chair. I would draw members' attention to the update on the main report for this application. I'm not proposing to read it out. It's a couple and a half pages long, but I'm sure members have already had a look at that. This is an application to erect 47 dwellings and associated development on land east of Bevil's Close and north of Eastmoor Lane, Doddington. The site comprises a rectangular parcel of land measuring approximately 3.1 hectares. It's presently an arable field containing a pond and trees to the south and trees and hedging to some of the boundaries. To the west is Bevil's Close development built in the late 1970s, early 1980s. Lionel Walden Primary School is to the north. To the east are houses in the Manor Estate development, and to the south, east and to the south are open fields. Eastmoor Lane, a public right-of-way, runs outside the site along the southern boundary. Just outside the site to the southeast is the Anglian Water Sewage Pumping Station. The site lies within flood zone 1, which is an area at least risk of flooding. and the site abuts the conservation area at the very northwest corner of the site. This slide is a Google aerial image of the site in the context of the village. I've outlined the site in red. It can be seen that the site is surrounded on 2.5 sides by built development, and that although outside the village built up area, it's well related to the village. In the officer's opinion, the development of this site will not have a detrimental impact on the core shape of the village. This image does not show the most recent built out areas, for example, Juniper Close to the north of the village. This is a coloured up version of the proposed site plan with pictures of the proposed house types to the side. The proposal is for 47 market dwellings, 2 bungalows and the rest are 2-storey, with the main vehicular access via Bevil's Close between number 10 and the maisonettes number 12 to 18. The land through which the access is to be taken is presently an area of open space in the ownership of Fenland District Council. An emergency access / footpath cycle link is proposed through what is presently 44 Bevil's Close. The existing bungalow here would be demolished and rebuilt to accommodate this access. The access would not be open to cars, but secured by lockable bollards or similar and accessed by the emergency services in the event of an emergency. The precise details for this are required to be submitted for approval if permission were granted. Approximately 1/3 of the site to the south would be public open space. This area would also contain the surface water attenuation scheme, a play area and a footpath linking through to Eastmoor Lane. The land at the north is the area to be transferred to the County Council for the school should permission be granted. This slide shows the proposed alignment of the main access. The carriageway would be 5.5 metres wide, with 1.8 metre wide footpaths to either side. The allocated parking area for 12 to 18 Bevil's Close is retained. This slide shows the proposed emergency access at the end of the cul-de-sac between 39 and 42 Bevil's Close. This plan also shows the repositioning and rebuilding of a new bungalow at 44 to accommodate the access. Pages 24 and 25 of the main report set out the response of the Highway Authority, who has accepted the proposed layout and access arrangement, and also commented that they agree with the submitted transport statement and that the trip generation for this development will not have a material impact on the highway network. This slide shows the drainage strategy for the site. Surface water will be drained via a drain beneath the main spine road down to a rill, which is essentially a surface water attenuation ditch. It then runs via a drain to join with the Anglian Water surface water drain to the south of the site. There is a hydro-brake manhole here which will ensure that surface water is discharged into the Anglian Water network at a rate of not more than 2 litres per second. Foul drainage is via separate drains that will run under the road and then under the open space and connect with the Anglian Water network. The lead local flood authority and Anglian Water raised no objections to the drainage proposals, subject to the drainage condition proposed. This slide shows the submitted construction management plan. More detail is required to cover matters such as avoidable noise, dust, delivery times, etc. And a condition is proposed which requires this detail to be submitted for approval. However, this drawing indicates that the proposed works compound and storage area will be located to the southwest corner of the site. This slide shows an example of the smaller house types forming a terraced row of 3 to the northern part of the layout. This slide shows a typical example of a detached house type. This slide shows the proposed replacement bungalow at 44 Bevil's Close. And these are the site photos. As you can see, the top one shows looking down towards the proposed route of the vehicular access. You can see the open space area just to the right of 12 to 18, where the access would go through into the site. The bottom photo shows the allocated parking area for 12 to 18. Again, the top photo shows the same thing. Bottom photo is a view of the site taken from the northwest corner. Top photo shows the view taken straight down the boundary of the site from the northwest corner. The photo at the bottom is where the site joins the existing boundary of the primary school. The top left photo is looking up the cul-de-sac towards number 44. The garage that has the green door belongs to number 39. The other garage between it and the house it belongs to 44. That garage and the bungalow would need to be demolished and rebuilt to accommodate the emergency access. That's okay. The top left photo shows a view east along Eastmoor Lane that runs along the south of the site. Bottom left is the view from the current site field access looking west along Eastmoor Lane. The top right is the view of the site towards the west boundary from Eastmoor Lane. Top photo is the view looking into the site towards the north from Eastmoor Lane. And the bottom photo is a view looking towards the east boundary of the site from Eastmoor Lane. And this gives you an indication of the sort of screening that is present along that eastern boundary. So the summary and conclusions are that Doddington is a growth village set out in policy LP3 of the local plan. It's considered the proposed 47 dwellings on this site is not out of keeping with the shape and size of the village. The site is adjacent to the existing developed footprint of the village and therefore is acceptable in principle. The key issues are those of access and transport and drainage. The proposal overcomes the issue of the single vehicular access by providing an emergency access route, and this was required, indeed suggested, by the local highway authority. The proposed highways layout has been accepted by the local highway authority. Adequate on-plot parking is provided for each dwelling. Construction traffic will not be easy but achievable, and we're proposing a construction management plan condition to assist. It's not considered that this would be a reason to refuse the application. The other key issue is drainage. We've had no objections to surface water from the lead local flood authority, and we've had no objections from Anglian Water, who state that there is capacity in the network to take the foul sewage from the site. With regard to the other issues as set out in the main report, in terms of design and layout, biodiversity, archaeology, etc., and impact on the existing residential properties in terms of overlooking and shadowing, etc., all these issues are acceptable, subject to the remaining conditions. Viability report was submitted, which demonstrated that the site can't provide affordable housing. In lieu of the proposed £72,000 contribution, which was accepted as the level of viability, the applicant has proposed to transfer the land at the northern area of the site to the school. This has been accepted by the County Council as local education authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. We have one speaker on this application and one written representation. Firstly, I'd like to invite Councillor Ruth Houghton, Chairman of Doddington Parish Council, to make her presentation to the committee. Ruth, you have 5 minutes when you're comfortable to begin.
Good stuff. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Doddington Parish Council object very strongly to this application. In the current local plan, Doddington is recognised as a growth village and is tasked with a 15% increase in housing during the period of that plan. We achieved that in 2020. Why then are we being asked to accommodate what is, by any comparison, a large development of 47 homes? Does what is written in the local plan have no bearing on what actually happens? Disruption from construction traffic will come through the quietest, most historic part of the village, where the listed St Mary's Church is situated and where currently over £35,000 is being spent on repairing the listed church wall. The route to the development site is through winding country lanes and through quiet residential streets that are not wide enough to take 2 passing vehicles. There are no parking restrictions in this area, and 1 parked car could cause hold-ups to larger vehicles. 3 very sharp bends that construction traffic will have to negotiate on the route would pose problems for HGVs, especially in the numbers that would be expected for a development of this size. It would also cause additional traffic disruption on all 3 access roads into the village along already very congested roads. Affordable housing? None. Reason? Viability will not allow for these to be built. This happens a great deal, and the type of housing that Doddington urgently needs never materialises. What is the point of local plan LP5 if developers are always going to be allowed to delete those vital homes when viability raises its head? Parish Council have lost track of the times that affordable houses have been promised on original plans, only to be lost because of lack of viability, and with very little, if anything, in the way of S106 money being offered in its place. I realise that some 136,000 will be put towards increasing the facilities at the primary school in lieu of affordable housing, but shouldn't offering young people the ability to buy their own homes be more important than an extension to a playing field? The school is at capacity now. Yes, they will be happy to receive the proposed parcel of land, but new responsibilities will be imposed on them by having to use teachers to police the new access gates at the rear of the school, something that is not in their job description, but something that they do in order to ensure the children's safety. Has anyone spoken to the new head teacher with regard to this? I have, and I know that he would have a number of questions and concerns if he was consulted. Having the ability to expand the school by building on this land is great, for now. But has any thought gone into the fact that should the proposed 355 houses as part of the emerging local plan should actually materialise, that circa 150 additional children will be looking for a primary school place in the next 20 years? Is this a case of a sticking plaster to fix a broken back? Doctor's surgery is at capacity. A recent statement from the NHS claims that the surgery would need to employ more GPs and nurses to accommodate the additional amount of people coming into the village from these houses. East of England Ambulance Service also states that the proposed development is likely to have an impact on them, servicing nationally set response times for A and E services. They, and I quote, simply do not have the capacity to meet the additional growth resulting from this development. The car parking at the surgery is already totally inaccurate. LP2 of the current local plan states that if a proposal within or on the edge of a village would, in combination with other development built since 2011 and committed to be built, increase the number of dwellings in a growth village by more than 15%, the scheme should have demonstrable evidence of clear local community support. This development does not have this. In fact, quite the opposite. However, since a similar appeal for a development in Maidie was lost, the planning authority have, and again, I quote, not sought to engage this part of the policy. Doddington Parish Council are very disappointed by this, and as it means that the opinions of the people who live in the village will not be taken into account, and their voices will be lost. You have 30
seconds.
And the voices will be lost in the clamour to make sure that the District Council do not lose another appeal. A case of tick the right boxes to keep the council safe. The people who live here obviously don't matter. Sorry, but how long did you say I'd got? Okay, okay. In which case then, I would like to end by reminding the committee that the emerging local plan science evidence report gives this development a D, i.e. it would be rejected. If it would be rejected, then why are we even considering it now? Thank you.
Right, I now invite members to put questions to Councillor Houghton. If you would like to ask a question, please can you raise your hand? Councillor French.
Thank you, Ruth. We had extensive flooding in 2020, as you're aware. Was this field part of the the flooding issues that we encountered.
At the bottom of Eastmore Lane, yes, it was.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for councillor Houghton? No, thank you very much, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one written representation from councillor Connor as a district councillor, and I will ask member services to read out that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, members, officers and members of the public for your time this afternoon. This statement is as ward councillor in objection to this application. My reasons for objection are: development is not small scale. The previous application was refused partly due to the size of development. This, although smaller development, it still has a cumulative effect on Dodgington services and public when taken in conjunction with developments already approved. Construction traffic. Quoting the committee report item 1.6, it is acknowledged that the construction traffic and build programme generally will have a negative impact on nearby residents, but this is a temporary impact and not reason to refuse the application. This will likely be a 2-year build, which will have a terrible effect for the nearby residents. The constant traffic from tradesmen and deliveries down the narrow access all the way from Church Lane through East Halls onto Bevels, in particular path numbers 10 to 18. This is as close as 4 metres and applications have been refused on this basis in the past. This surely is not acceptable for those residents, which will be detrimental for their health and well-being. Vehicle tracking diagram provided by the applicant and as extract provided by handout shows 2 lorries passing at the entrance next to number 10. This clearly shows the 2 lorries overlapping in multiple locations. This will therefore cause lorries to mount the path to pass, continuous damage to pavements all through the existing East Halls and Bevels estate. This will be dangerous for pedestrians, again for the duration of building work, and no doubt be left with the Highways Authority to fix. Even a construction management plan is provided advising that deliveries staggered. Where will waiting lorries be asked to park and wait? Church Lane? Further away in Wimbledon? Where will lorries and vans wait if they arrive before working hours allow? Will a construction work be located at Church Lane entrance to manage the traffic and turn away unscheduled lorries? How and can this even be enforced? Not to mention the constant issues with mud on the road that happens on nearly every large site approved. After the development is complete, the traffic will obviously reduce. However, there will be ongoing large vehicles using the access. Removal lorries, delivery vans, lorries, emergency vehicles, refuse lorries, all of these will struggle to pass another oncoming vehicle, even if it's a car. Displaced parking for 10 to 18. There is a rough marked out area on the site plan for displaced parking. No details of how many spaces or turning would be provided. A minimum of 6 cars appears to be required, but only 2 are indicated on drawing 53 SL01. Therefore, 4 cars along with any additional visitors' cars will be required to park on the road at the entrance, where vehicle tracking already is shown not to be achievable. Cambridgeshire Constabulary. The officer has queried the buffer zone and its management to ensure there is a safe area. This could be a significant problem for the future for antisocial behaviour for both new and existing nearby residents, and left to be someone else's problem because of this poor design. Health and well-being. The existing properties at the new entrance will not only be subject to the construction traffic impact as mentioned, but the ongoing vehicle movements in close proximity will not stop there. Lights and noise from vehicles is noted in the committee report as being 20+ vehicles in both directions at peak times. This again will have a significant impact to those existing residents, in particular number 18, where vehicle headlights will be constantly shining in their lounge window. NHS doctors. Report items 5.16 and 5.17 states there would be an impact on blue light service and doctors. The sums of money are proposed to mitigate this. However, this does not solve the issue that the doctors cannot recruit new staff to cope with the current patient numbers. Therefore, 151 more patients, as noted in the report, will add increased pressure on appointments. The infrastructure within Doddington just isn't sufficient for this growth. Lionel Warden School. The headmaster says that no one has spoken to him in an official capacity reference the plans. His initial opinion is that if it keeps the children safe, then he is of course in favour of the provision for a back way into the school. Currently, the back fence has just been replaced at the school and the current gate opens onto the school field. This will require a path if it is to be used, and also security needs to be considered. A member of staff stands on the front gate to welcome the children in. Another will be required if a back gate is also to be used. Then there is the consideration of if the back gate is locked for late arrivals, the children will then have to walk around to Ingalls Lane, which has no path, and this will make them even later, as well as being dangerous. This is, of course, without even considering the fact that some of the children will not even be able to attend, even if they live on this proposed new development, as the school is heavily oversubscribed and some years are already full. Loss of agricultural land. The existing site has been farmed for many years and no evidence is provided to justify the development on such land, including exploring lower grade land in the area as required by local plan policy LP 12I. Emerging local plan. Although little weight is currently given to at this stage, I would like the committee to note that this site is not currently included as a suitable site within the consultation document. Therefore, it is not suitable for the new local plan. Why is it now? Therefore, I ask the committee to consider going against offer recommendation and refuse this application on the following policies. LP 16E, health and well-being of the nearby residents both during and after construction, as previously refused on this site and others. LP2 and LP 17D, helping to reduce crime, avoiding adverse impacts, the footpath buffer zone around the site. LP 12I, agricultural land, no documentary evidence required by the policy has been provided to justify this, therefore the application is incomplete. LP 15 and paragraph 111 of the NPPF, highway safety during construction and when complete. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Jo. I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'd just like to ask the officers to confirm. I didn't see the plan that I'm going to refer to on the screen, but whilst going through hours and hours and hours to get here today, many of which are spent on this application alone, I come across drawing F53 SL01. And on that drawing, it has a schedule of house types and a schedule of plot numbers. And it appears to me to be at odds with one another. I'm going from memory now, the plot types said there was 4 Warwicks, which I think is the single-storey bungalows. But the house type said there's only 2. And then on further investigation, the whole thing seems to be at odds with, you know, when you count up the different amounts of this and that, none of that schedule is right. And I'm really disappointed if the answer is, and I think Therese did say that there was 2 bungalows from memory. If there's only 2 bungalows, even if this was acceptable, I think on that basis, it doesn't coalesce with the rest of the estate, because that's a good mix of bungalow tenure and housing tenure. So, you know, why only the 2 bungalows? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And of course, the anomaly in the 2 schedules is, well, it's unprofessional. You know, it's just not right. But I wonder whether you could throw any light on that, Therese.
I don't have the big plan in front of me, so it's difficult for me to check at the minute. We've had numerous iterations of the plans, so it's difficult for me to answer the first part of your question at the moment. But in terms of whether two-storey dwellings are acceptable or appropriate on here in terms of its relationship to Bevil's Close, yes, there are more bungalows on Bevil's Close and the surrounding development, and the report acknowledges this. But that doesn't mean that you have to have the same mix of bungalows and dwellings on the application site. And there are two-storey dwellings on the surrounding development. The site's also very well contained by landscaping, etc. I think if the proposal were proposing any like three-storey houses, then yes, we would have had a problem with that. But I would say that two-storey is not necessarily out of keeping with the surrounding area. They're just proposing less bungalows. I don't think that the fact there's less bungalows would be a sufficient reason to recommend refusal of the application scheme.
Councillor Cornwall.
Thank you, Chair. On at least 2 occasions, we've heard that the current site would not be acceptable under the new local plan. So therefore, why go ahead with it now when by the time this is probably built out and so on, the new plan would be in position anyway. So is there any way that is considered by officers at this stage as, you know, an item for at least further thought? And secondly, there appears from one of the speakers that there has not been any local consultation on this. If that's true, why not? Because I thought that was a requirement that we have anyway on these. So they're the first two anyway. I'll stop there.
Got a selection of 3 of us fighting over who replies. So I'll cover the emerging local plan question. So looking at the document that's published on our website, the site was assessed on a different basis to the application that's before us. So for example, it says that the capacity of the site is 100 dwellings. So we're looking at a scheme that's approximately half the size in terms of numbers of dwellings. And I think that's an important thing for members to have in mind. So the reason why it was rejected is because it considered that access was constrained, and this comes back to the 100 dwellings thing. It identified that there was the potential for a new access to be provided to the A141. It's been demonstrated, and highways are happy that this development can be served now through the local existing highway network, and no new connection to the A141 is required. It says that that connection to the A141 is a barrier to the delivery of the site. Yeah, it's no longer needed. And also it says about the deliverability of pedestrian and cycle links to access village services. And what you've seen on the layout that was put before you, and it's in your committee report, we've got a pedestrian cycle route connections to the existing road network, which delivers you fairly quickly and easily to the main village amenities, and alongside that includes that potential for rear access to the school for pedestrians. So when it was assessed for the purposes of the emerging local plan, it was a different proposal against which it was being assessed compared to the one that's before you today. Yeah.
Right, Councillor, when you said about lack of local consultation, what did you mean? On this application or?
On the application, Chair, yes. Well, we're talking about this application, are we not? So it seems to me slightly odd that certainly from what I understand from the speaker and in fact the letter writer, that there has been no local consultation, or there is certainly no local support for the application that I think we would normally seek, would we not? And secondly, if there is no local support, we've in the past, I think, tended to listen to, say, the parish council and so on, quite rightly, you know, it's their community and so on, to see what they have to say. But it seems to me there's a slight imbalance here somewhere between the consultation or whatever. Is that right?
Through Chairman, I mean, clearly there's been a consultation exercise undertaken as part of the planning application, and as the results of that are set out in the committee agenda, and we've received 166 letters of representation. So clearly somebody in Doddington's aware of the application. I think the issue here is more one of the policy of the local plan, which requires that level of local support to be demonstrated for proposals over the 15% in growth villages. And I think, as Councillor Houghton in her sort of presentation said, since the appeal decision at Mainey came in a few years ago, when the council lost that appeal and had costs awarded against it for the use of that policy, it's generally been the approach of the council then not to sort of implement that element of the local plan.
Right, okay, then, I mean, to me, a lot of the comment is based around access to that particular area. And I know our friends at the County Council have said, well, right, they've had their say, but then also the local residents are having their say here today, right about it. And it just crosses my mind that, how can I put this politely? I think Doddington has actually become slightly isolated now, because it's isolated from the Isle of Ely Way, really. And I wonder if this had been approaching quite the right way. It would have been easier, I think, to understand the access business if something like a broad concept plan approach had been applied to that particular part of the village, because there is obviously, over the years, there's going to be pressure there, you know, in spite of what the local new or emerging, the existing or emerging local plan says. There's always going to be pressure there on that side, because it's the logical bit, if you like. And from that broad concept plan, probably it would deal with things like access to the Isle of Ely Way and so on. But we seem not to have gone down the broad concept plan route at all, or in fact considered it, both from the earlier large application that you were referring to, and now with this sort of smaller bit. The whole thing seems out of balance to me somewhere along the line. I don't know, I'm the only one thinks so, but yeah, it seems to me that things have, I don't know, not progressed quite how I would have expected them to progress. But maybe that's just me. I don't think it is from the looks on some of the faces around the room. But okay, I'll be quiet.
Councillor Spalding.
Thank you. Right, I've got a couple of questions. 47 houses, that's an increase of 4.5%. Do you not agree that is too much for Doddington? Number two, conservation areas near the church. We've been told they've spent 35,000 on the wall due to vibration of traffic. If we're going to have lorries down there, it's going to get worse. And, you know, I believe there is 2 listed buildings around that area as well. Third thing, we was lucky enough to go by a minibus around the sites. We come up against an ambulance coming the other way. We had to get on the path to let the ambulance through. If we'd have been a lorry, and actually the driver said he was an HGV licence with 40 years experience, and no way he would drive a lorry down there. But if we'd have come against a lorry, no way that ambulance would have got out there. can you tell me why you think this is acceptable?
Councillor, I think these questions are answered in the main report. I accept that people might not agree with my opinion on it. But we have considered whether 47 houses is too much for Doddington. But Doddington is a growth village, and there are several sites being proposed in the emerging plan. So no, I don't think that 47, looking at this application on its own merits, is too many for Doddington. I would struggle to see how sort of this application would kind of tip some sort of balance into being from what's acceptable into too many, especially when you look at the site in relation to the whole of the village. In terms of the conservation area and listed buildings, yes, the construction traffic would have to go through a conservation area and past listed buildings to get to the site. But that could be true of many, many developments in this area and elsewhere, that construction traffic has to go past listed buildings to get to a site. I think we would very much struggle to come up with evidence to support that damage is going to be caused by construction traffic to listed buildings on the way to the site. You know, it's kind of right that there might be concerns about that, but if we get into looking ahead, say this application is not permitted and we're looking at an appeal situation, we would have to come up with some evidence to back up that claim. In terms of the traffic, the report, we've had extensive consultations with the Highway Authority, who don't object to the application. I've gone back to them on several occasions and I've questioned them about construction traffic because their original responses didn't mention construction traffic. And to be fair, they never normally do mention construction traffic because their view would be that that's an acceptable, all development has to have construction traffic. But given the local circumstances, I have asked them about this and they've not raised objections on it. Indeed, they've said that the proposed condition for the construction management plan is acceptable. The proposed width of the new roads is the same width as Bevil's Close and the other local roads, and it meets the highway standard for that type of development. So again, I can't see that we could go against the local highway authority and say that the proposed road width is not acceptable because it does meet their standards.
Councillor French.
I don't know where to start here. We are still in questions. Right. Yeah. Right. I question the section 1.6 officers. No affordable homes again for the village. The villages, all villages are crying out for affordable homes. So, you know, we see this time and time and time again when we sit at these committees. Developers get their approvals and then go and do their viabilities and then all the affordables taken out. I really do think at 47 they can't afford some affordables. I think that's disgraceful. So I do question that. So that is a question to the officers with regard to that. You probably can't answer that at this time. Does Doddington have its own neighbourhood plan or emerging neighbourhood plan? Right, so there's no, there's no weight to that. Okay, thanks. Education, lack of it. I'm absolutely appalled that county council, and I am a county councillor, I don't sit on the education committee, but I most certainly do sit on the highway committee. As far as education, lack of education, additional homes, 47 homes. I did read somewhere in this report, 23 kids. Most people have 2 or 3 kids. So it's going to be, there is no provision whatsoever or no capacity whatsoever for any children who would be in these new homes. So I question the education department at County Council. Where are these kids supposed to go? Yes, because I want to know, have they had further or deep conversations with the education department at County Council? Because County Council at this time, they have a statutory duty for children to be educated. I know that we don't have a statutory duty to supply the Section 106 money. That's down to County Council. So that's I don't think there's been enough discussions with them. With regard to highways, I just think it's appalling looking at the proposed layout and the roads. As you are all aware, we're working on civil parking enforcement. It's taking a bit longer than we expected. This is a nightmare for the future, for the people and all the residents down there. So again, I question the highways. They haven't got it right. And I will actually be taking this type of stuff up with County Council at the next highway meeting in December. Was it the highways, sorry, education department, they're quite happy to accept a small piece of land for a play area, but that is not going to resolve problems in the future. So I really do have concerns about this application. I don't suppose you can answer all these, but I will be going to County Council to ask them.
Yep, through you, Chairman. So in terms of the Section 106 position, I think all members will be aware of the piece of work that was undertaken in connection with the emerging local plan, the strategic viability assessment. And that indicated that in the north of the district, no Section 106 contributions could be secured, and there'd be no contributions towards affordables either. And in the south of the district, there would be scope for some affordables and a Section 106 contribution of approximately £2,000 per property. Where a developer comes forward and they submit a viability claim, then they have to submit information that demonstrates that their build costs are above normal, above the benchmark figures that have been assumed within the council's own commissioned strategic viability assessment. And that's exactly what has been done. And that information has certainly been scrutinised by our own Section 106 officer and probably also by the County Council as Education Authority, because normally they ask to see the viability information as well. So on that basis, we are satisfied that it's been demonstrated that the development costs for this site are above that which you would normally expect, and hence a reduction in the Section 106 contribution compared to usual is acceptable. In terms of where the children are going to be educated, that's not been indicated to us in the response that we've had from the County Council. We wouldn't normally expect that type of information to be provided. But what I am mindful of is that if that's a concern of members, it needs to be remembered that, as indicated by my colleagues here, is that under the emerging local plan, we are proposing to allocate more sites for residential development in the settlement. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Marks.
Can I ask, what size, when they base this on regarding lorries, what size vehicle do they actually work upon? I actually work in Fenland, which is at the bottom there, and we used to have an Arctic, which I used to drive. And I've actually driven an Arctic around Church Lane, and you cannot, when you get to the top, actually turn a low loader round. It is too tight. So where then do we get the calculation? Also, we heard that at one point the road is 4 meters, but 2 vehicles can pass. Well, a 2.5 meter lorry wide and a 2.5 metre lorry, how do they pass? I am slightly confused by this.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman. One of the plans submitted as part of the application indicated a 11.5 metre lorry body as the sort of the template for the tracking. So presumably the Highway Authority have based their consideration upon that detail.
Thank you. So that means that an Arctic with a 13.6 or a 14.5 metre trailer is already over what they've given. And most brick blocks, roof tiles, wood, most arrive on a lorry that's actually bigger than what they're working their projections on. Would you agree?
Through you, Chairman, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a highway officer. I'm not educated in the different forms of lorries that are out there. So I can't really comment any further than the information that I've just given you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I think a couple of times we've heard the planning officer mention the access to be constrained and construction traffic will not be easy. And I think that's an understatement. I would like to ask the County Council Highways report, was it a desktop study or did they actually physically go out there and look and see for themselves? Because as Councillor Spalding said, on that site visit bus last week, that ambulance was an accident to happen. We need to make sure, and I know, like Councillor Marks has just said, that coach driver actually said there is no way they can get a vehicle with all the building materials into that site through that estate. It's just an accident waiting to happen.
The application's been looked at by more than one highways officer from the county council. I certainly know that the first officer who dealt with it went out on site because his response actually says that he made a site visit. I can't say for sure how the local highway authority officers have looked at the application. All I can advise you is what I've done in respect to my communications with them. And I've communicated with them a lot and I've gone back to question them, as I said, on construction and traffic management. The update gives you the latest response from the county council. The last little paragraph in the update, and that was in response to me sending them my proposed highway conditions. I emailed the two officers that I normally deal with on planning applications in the county council, and I emailed their manager to make sure that I got a response on it. So I emailed 3 separate highway officers, and the response that came back is the one in italics on the report. So I can only say that I've done the best I can to get the information out of the county council.
In the past, we've sat here and we've actually had highways engineers here, and I can see today we could be sat here all day discussing this. And I think this should be, we should have a highways engineer here and explain to us how they see it.
Are there any more questions for officers? Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Not necessarily a question, but an answer to my own question for future, should this be passed. The application will refer to given plans, and it's clear that what we're talking about now, I was going from memory from reading it yesterday, I think it was. And it clearly says on the house type schedule that there are 4 number Warwick, but it says on the plot schedule that just 41 and 47 are Warwick. And there's other anomalies as well. When I started going into it, it's completely hogwash. So that really needs to be put right, unless you regard that as de minimis, but you could you know, if that's wrong, you could be approving a house type that is not actually where you think it is. So I think that really needs to be looked at. The other thing, in answer to Councillor Mayor's question, I'm pretty well sure that in the report it does say that the local highways officer did visit site. If it wasn't this site, there is somewhere on the agendas that they definitely made that point that they had visits. I can't remember. I've read that much. Can't remember if it's this site or not. Thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I think if there's been more than one highways engineer involved, perhaps the first one did visit, as the planning officer said, but has everybody else seen it for themselves? That's the point. I go back to that ambulance situation last week. You were on the coach, we were on the coach, and it was dreadful. And if you're in a situation where you've got somebody in an ambulance that needs to get to a hospital quickly, then that is dreadful.
Any more questions for officers? I have a question, if I may. Highways usually say that the limit in and out of a junction is 100 vehicles. With 47 houses being built, then, and also even in terms of construction traffic, that doesn't hold water. It's going to be more than 100.
Through you, Chairman, I'm not aware of that sort of limit being imposed by the County Council Highways team.
No, they do. No, I can't say.
I think there is some, for want of a better word, misunderstanding about this issue about 100 houses being 100 vehicles, sorry, being the sort of maximum. I think this stems from the fact that the Highway Authority had concerns that there was only one vehicular access serving the development. In order, and that it was in terms of if there was an emergency on site, their proposal for resolving that was to provide the emergency access. They're not saying there has to be 2 standard vehicular accesses to serve the site. That's what their advice was to us.
And so there are bollards at the emergency exit. So if the ambulance that we saw had even reversed all the way back to where he came from and then tried to get out of the emergency exit, given the fact that if someone's had a heart attack, they've got 9 minutes to get them to a hospital safely, the person in the ambulance that we saw would have died. Any more questions for officers? Right, lots of questions for officers on this one, but we now actually move to debate. Right, does anybody want, flurry of hands. I'll start with Councillor Scolding.
Thank you very much. I think this is too many places, too many houses, and also the schools, the lack of security at the new entrance. I think it's just too much. And we've had problems down Church Street with drains and flooding. And building these houses will only increase the problems. So I'm going to go against the officer's opinion on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As someone that was born and bred in Doddington, walked past this site on a daily basis, both to school and home from school, and may I add, Councillor Scolding was a Doddington resident as well. I lived in a rather more modest house than he did, but I know the area very well. We can't go against highways officers. We just can't do it. It is, it would be madness to do that. We have to accept that what they say is their professional opinion. We're not qualified to, we can say that we've seen this, that and the other, but we ain't qualified to write a report to refute. And as our officers are not qualified to refute that. So we have to accept that what they say is, although we might not disagree with it, it is as it is. I think the key issue is around numbers. Now, I absolutely respect the view that officers have taken that if you put this 47 dwellings beside, shall we say, the 1,000 in Chatteris or 248 in Chatteris or 220 in Wisbech, then the numbers are, you know, not comparable. But I would contend that we need to be looking at it completely different to that. 47 dwellings or 62 dwellings as the last one was and it's a small village, and if we're not careful it won't be, it will be a town. It is a large development, you know. The minor and major starts at 10. 9 and below is a minor application, major application is a 10 and above. So given Doddington already has 127 dwellings for their threshold, they are way over their 15%. They now have 196 according to the village threshold position statement on the 26th of August, so it's well up to date. That's 23.5% above what was agreed in the local plan, and that plan was found sound by the inspectorate. I don't think it's right that we should be piling on these places in these villages, and I've heard, you know, the comments today for the first time that they're talking about putting, was it 200 and somebody else, is it extra in the new local plan? 355? What on earth planet are you thinking about? I can't believe it. I cannot believe that that is something that's being seriously considered by the planning policy people. You know, the 2014 local plan was never intended to be slapping these, you know, you've got a growth village, but it wasn't meant to grow as big as March, and that's what it will soon be like. March will soon be smaller when I was aboard than Doddington is. One time a day, I virtually knew everyone in Doddington. I just can't see where this can be regarded, with all due respect, as anything other than a large. It's just not small scale. It just isn't. And I certainly can't support it in no way, shape, or form. We can't go against the highways, as I said, but we can find something that's strong enough to hold. We could even refuse it on the same grounds as we refused the previous one. That wouldn't be perverse in my view, and you know, the inspector maybe down the road would make a decision should that, you know, the committee go that way. But I don't know about other people, but I came in very much sitting on the fence thinking, yeah, it's got its good points and it's got its bad points. But the more I read and the more I'm listening to other people and the stuff come over, I can't support it in any way, shape or form. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Cornwall.
Chairman, thank you. Yeah, well, I try and apply common sense to these things where I can. And I have to say that right, knowing now that Christchurch, what am I talking about? That Doddington has already achieved its target, shall I say. And that's been done with, I think, a reasonable level of support from the village anyway. You see something like this, it has not got the support from the village. On the contrary, they seem to be very anti it. We can see that from the number of people here today, thank goodness. And so therefore, to me, it makes common sense. But to me, that I can't support it either. They've got there, they've achieved their target. The residents have supported that target, perhaps unwillingly to begin with, but they came round to it and they supported it. They've done what was agreed, and we shouldn't be imposing something on them if they frankly do not want it. If they oppose this, it seems to be begging so many questions here on the debate. I came, like Councillor Sutton, I've got a very open mind on this. I'm thinking, well, 47, yeah, okay. But actually, it's gone beyond that thought process with me now, and I really cannot support the application, really can't.
Councillor French.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I say mine is Councillor Sutton and Councillor Cornwall. There's just too many ifs and no answers on this. I've sat since December 2020 on the local flood authority, working out and mapping across the whole of Fenland all the flooding issues that we had, and that includes dikes and drains. And in this report, there is a mention of dikes and drains, which I meant to ask the question earlier. That drain's there for a purpose. Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to look after it if this development is it going to be another one that's filled in, not piped properly and causes flooding? We have got 2 or 3 in March alone, where residents have built greenhouses, garages. Unfortunately, they're all going to have to be removed, demolished, to open up a dike in a main road that is causing flooding to other residents. So I don't think the flooding issue has been looked at. As I say, I sit on the flood authority group, which meets on a quarterly basis. And off the top of my head, I can't remember about Doddington Pillar. Highways, we've got very experienced highway officers, but I think the highway officers have got this totally wrong. And as far as education, I just think this is an absolute nonsense. They have a responsibility, a statutory duty to supply school places. Where are these kids going to go? You know, I can't support it in its present form. Whether the application is deferred and that we actually get these professional officers here, the flood authority. We've had the flood authority officer here before. We've had highways here before. I don't believe we've ever had education. But I think we need these experienced officers from County Council to actually attend a meeting if this application was deferred. But I cannot and will not support it in its present form.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I have to say, I visited this site on my own, spoke to nobody about it and looked through the notes, what have you. Was very much sitting on the fence, wasn't too sure, very much open-minded about it. Having listened to Councillor French about the education and the highways and the health side of it, and also very much with the councillor from Doddington, it really pushed me towards, no, I can't support it. But there is one other thing I'd actually like to say on it as well, which it might sound as though it's actually got nothing to do with this particular this application, but I think it really, really has. One of our officers said there that she didn't actually never actually heard any before where the construction traffic had actually done damage to houses around. Now the bungalows around there, to me, looking around there, they're more old folks. Do they really want all these lorries banging about? But I had a chap actually approach me, going back now some months, nothing to do with this, and he was actually saying that he'd actually had cracks in his property due to construction traffic, and he couldn't get insurance for his house because of that. Now, if they can't get insurance for it and they can't sell it on, that's going to be a big problem, which I think ought to be considered as well. Thank you very much.
No.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. So having listened to the questions and the comments that have come during the debate, if I'd just like to sort of go over a few points, if I may. In terms of the scale of the development, you'll see that there has been a sort of a history of refusals which have cited the scale of the development proposed as being something that was over and above that which was deemed to be acceptable for the settlement. And what we have before us today is a much smaller scheme than we have done in the past. So that's point one to have in your minds. Point two is that when it's come to the village threshold, we lost an appeal. And since that time, it has been presented to committee and accepted by committee that going through the community support route is something that we would disapply. So it's not something that we ask the applicants to do anymore, and it's not a material consideration in the determination of applications. So there's no reason to start to reintroduce that in this particular instance. And so in terms of comments from the public, it's all about giving weight to the content of those representations and not just the number of representations made, because applications have to be determined on the basis of any other material plan considerations, as you're well versed. In going, I think the third point about the scale is that whilst I perfectly accept that the emerging local plan is something that we can only give exceptionally limited weight to, we have to bear in mind the fact that a significant scale of development, it has been identified by this council. I appreciate that virtually none of you were engaged in that process, that decision by cabinet, but nevertheless, the council's corporate draft policy for development for the Doddington area does put forward significant growth. So if this application were to be refused on the grounds of excessive scale of development, then I think what I'm struggling in my mind with is, well, how does that compare given the 300 odd dwellings that the council as an authority is currently putting forward in its emerging plan? Moving on to the issue of highways, as my colleagues have identified, the existing road network leading up to the application site has a width, it has an alignment associated with it, and that width and alignment is standard fare and is of a style and dimension that is rolled out on new developments. So what we have to be conscious of is, well, why is it not appropriate to use that road network in this instance as opposed to any other that we've previously approved? There will be inconvenience, there will be disruption during the construction phase, but as colleagues have highlighted, that is an inevitable consequence of new development taking place. And this committee and ourselves as officers using delegated powers have approved umpteen developments which have utilised the existing road network to gain access to construct new dwellings. And this council itself has got a planning application in the Chatteris area, which is proposing to use the existing road network going through residential areas in order to gain access to its proposed development site. So it's nothing out of the ordinary, but I do understand and appreciate the inconvenience that the existing residents are going to suffer. And on a similar footing, when it comes to the vibration of properties, if we were to try and refuse this application on the grounds of vibration from passing construction vehicles during this build, again, where would that stand us in relation to all the other applications that come before us for determination? And I think, Chairman, that the final point I was going to make, it was a point raised by Councillor French, I recall, the on-site drainage features are going to be under a management company for the site, and from our own experience, sometimes those management companies are successful, sometimes they're not, but given that we can't force adoption on Anglian Water or the Environment Agency, we're either faced with refusing every application that doesn't propose to have it adopted by Anglian Water or the Environment Agency, or we allow these management codes to be responsible. You'll be aware that just like with highways, we have no legal powers when granting planning permission to require adoption by the EA or Anglian Water. So whilst sometimes things don't turn out as well as we would all like when it comes to ongoing maintenance of highways on residential estates or the drainage features, there's very little we can do about it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I was just racing or trying to find the policy that covered it, but there's in one of the policies here, it said that no more building should actually be done in Doddington or Wimbledon until such time as drainage and sewerage problems have been resolved. And they still haven't been resolved, and they won't be resolved for more than 5 years. Anglian Water they say they're working on the sewerage plant, but it's not going to happen overnight. Their way of solving it seems to be to put it on open top lorries and just ship it out at night. And they do it at night and they think we don't know, but we can see the lights, so we do know. So there's that and Anglian Water have once again said there isn't a problem. And my other thing was, Nick, you said that the roads on new estates or new developments are the same width as these current ones. Yeah, they're too narrow. They're narrow lanes. They can't be the same on new developments. We can't be putting roads in where 2 lorries or 2 vehicles can't pass.
But that is the current mode of designing highway networks. They are relatively narrow. So, for example, when you have parked vehicles within the highway, people have to take that little bit more care as and when they're passing each other, etc., etc. That is the way.
Hang on, because
I think the proposed road width is the same or very similar to the proposed width of Bevil's Close leading into it. Now, I appreciate that you might be referring to the older roads leading up to the Bevil's Close development. So I wonder, how did the Bevil's Close development get built? Because the lorries must have had to go down Church Lane to build that.
Yeah. And also now they tend to bring in roof trusses and things all made up, whereas before they made them on sites. Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we were arguing about things that, or not the arguing, but debating things that are not really relevant, because if they can't get an Arctic in there, they'll get the materials in, and they'll use rigids, they'll use a wagon and drag, and they'll leave the drag on a lay-by, and they'll cut in half the load on the rigid, and then I'll go back and get the other. So I think that, you know, I understand what members are saying, but I don't think it's something that we should spend too much time worrying about. The bigger worry is you know, the contorted roadway into the site, you know, through and by 16 to 18 is just, I know most of the places around Fenland, both through my last job and through travelling around for the last 9.5, 10 years on the planning bus, and I haven't seen any access that compares to how bad that is. What I'm going to have to say is it's probably not appropriate, but those of you that are on the local plan review group really need to get your head together and just see what the hell is going on. 355 dwellings in a village is just scandalous. And there's the small villages who have got the pubs and the schools threatened, and they've got nothing, or as good as nothing. You need to get your head together and get me on a committee, because somebody needs to take a grip of it. Because if not, you know, we're just loading ourselves up for a lot of trouble. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Marks. The French, did you want to raise a point?
Yes, thank you. Going back to your comments with regard to Anglia Water pumping out and shipping out. Yes, they certainly do that because they come down Estover Road, hurtle down Creek Road, damaging the roads, no covers, etc. I don't think there's probably a week goes past I don't get a complaint about noise disturbance and the stench. And the smell, yes. Yes.
Right, we've had lots of questions for officers. We've had a long debate. Has anybody else got anything they wish to raise? Got any further comments?
Thank you, Chair.
No. Councillor Scolding. Do we have a seconder? Oh, we get the reason.
In what way does the proposal not meet those points?
Apparently, I'm advised that you have to say in what way it doesn't meet those policies. Sorry, Councillor Sutton, you haven't said, but I'm assuming you're seconding the, okay, fine.
The impact on the immediate of the existing residents and the proposed vehicular access and lack of alternative parking for occupiers of 12 to 18 Belvedere Close. Impact of noise and access from 12 to 18 Belvedere Close and 15 Eastwood Close. And development of 47 dwellings is not, in our opinion, small scale and will have a cumulative detrimental impact on the neighbouring housing estate through vehicle movements into the village.
Okay. Do you repeat the policy numbers, please?
Okay.
The reasons.
All right, yeah, right. So backing up Rob's policy numbers, it's the impact on amenity of existing residents from the proposed vehicle access and the lack of alternative parking for occupiers of 12 to 18 Bevilles Close. I went down this morning and I don't think there's enough room for what amounts to 5 vehicles there. You wouldn't get them on there. The impact of noise from access on 12 to 18 Bevel Close and 15 East Halls Close, and the development of 47 dwellings is not small scale in our opinion, and will have a cumulative detrimental effect on the neighbouring housing estate through vehicle movements into the village.
FYR 220604. Thank you, Teresa.
There's no update to this application. The site relates to a parcel of land which was formerly part of the rear garden of 60 Stonald Road and is situated at the end of Northgate Close. The site therefore fronts onto Northgate Close. The application seeks full planning permission to erect a single two-storey, two-bed dwelling with access from Northgate Close. The dwelling is to measure 6.3 metres wide by 9.4 metres deep. The roof is of a gable style with an eaves height of 3.1 metres and a ridge height of 6.3. The two bedrooms will be situated within the roof space of the dwelling. Amended plans were received which relocated the access to the site from the east to the west of the dwelling. Therefore, the access to the site and parking is to be located to the left-hand side of the dwelling with private amenity space to the rear. This just shows you the floor plans and the proposed elevation to the dwelling as I've just described. The application or the site has been subject to various and numerous planning applications in the past. The last one was in 2014 and there was an appeal decision on this in 2016. This is all listed on page 66 of the main report. There's actually been 6 appeals dismissed at appeal on this site. And this shows you the layout of the previous dwelling that was refused on appeal in 2016. So as you can see, it's very similar in terms of area and positioning to the proposed dwelling. As you can see, the dwelling that was dismissed on appeal last time was a bungalow. The previous scheme was refused because of its layout and design, was not responding to or improving the character of the local built environment and not reinforcing local identity. It was considered that the development would be out of keeping with the established form and character of the area, and as such it was contrary to policy LP 16 of the local plan and the MPPF. The planning inspector who determined the last appeal, and this is on page 69 of the main report, stated that the appeal proposal would cause significant harm to the character and appearance of the area in conflict with policy LP 16 of the local plan and paragraph 58 of the then MPPF, which has since been updated, with the aim to ensure that new development reinforces local identity and makes a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the area. So I think the views of the council as decision makers were backed up by the planning inspector at that time. Nothing material has changed on the site since then. Nationally, the MPPF has been strengthened in terms of design, which includes the pattern of development. So there is no reason in the opinion of the officers as to why a different determination should be made now to those that have previously been made. And therefore, the planning application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out on page 71 of the main report. I'll just whiz through the photos. This is the view looking down Northgate Road towards where the proposed access would be. So you would see the bungalow straight before you fronting. The second photo is the site. I think I've pretty much summed up why we're recommending refusal of the application, so I won't go through the summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Matthew, you know the drill by now. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There is an extensive site history which is listed in the officer report prior to our involvement. What should be noted is this site did have planning approval for a dwelling, and the current owner then purchased the plot. The planning inspector on that appeal, I consider the site large enough to accommodate a dwelling. I do not consider the end of the cul-de-sac is particularly spacious in character or affords any significant views of the surrounding land that would be lost as a result of this development. The site has not changed in size or adjacent buildings changed since this time to our knowledge. The previous appeals for the site were for 2 dwellings, 7 detached dwellings, full 2-story house, 3 bedrooms, and the last application was for a bungalow, all which was refused. This proposal is for a scaled back 1.5-story dwelling of 2 bedrooms. When you read the officer's report, it reads quite positive on the proposal. There is 1/3 plot area as per the local plan requirements. There's no highways objections. The site's in flood zone 1. 2 parking spaces as per the local plan requirements. The proposal does not result in significant loss of light, overshadowing or overbearing. The proposal is not considered to result in significant detrimental impact on amenity of neighbours. The application is recommended for refusal under policy LP 16 and policy 7 of the Whittlesea Neighbourhood Plan. However, the report advises under item 10.12 that the proposal is considered acceptable under both of these policies. The proposal shown is an ideal 2-bedroom, straightforward to construct starter home with adequate parking, garden and located within Whittlesea. There are no technical objections to this proposal. It has adequate parking, complies with the local plan, has a 3rd garden area, complies with the local plan. The officer has confirmed there are no concerns with regards to overlooking, overshadowing or loss of light. And the materials would be to match in with the properties. The proposal is not a bungalow or a pair of properties or a 3-bedroom property or a 2-story property, all which have been refused previously on appeal, and it's in flood zone 1. Thank you.
I'd like to invite members who have any questions for Matthew Hall. Jan French.
Thank you. Matthew, you did say in your speech there that this site did have planning permission on it. Can you tell me when? Because I can't see any history.
In 1st of February 2007, an appeal was allowed by the inspectorate.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did see that.
Yeah.
So I suppose the next question, why didn't they build it?
I completely agree. Why did he let it lapse? I completely agree. I think the owner, which my understanding, the owner at the moment wasn't the person who obtained approval. He brought it with approval and has tried, as you can see, various applications for different things and appeals have been dismissed. He let it lapse. Yeah.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, Mr. Hall, you made the effort to put on a distance from the upper window to the first window on what must be number 62. I just wonder why you didn't put an arrow to number 60, because that is a good, I guess, 2 meters closer.
When we've been asked for this sort of thing before, we've always been told it's first floor window to first floor window dimension should be approximately 19-20 meters. I'll stand corrected if officers correct me, but that's why we've done it first floor window to first floor window. And when you look at some of the previous reports, concern was raised from that property's first floor window to the proposed property here. So that's why we've deliberately put it on. We measured that out we've got a laser, in effect shone it on the neighbour's property. That's how we come to that. That's the reason it was shown there, yes.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Hall? I'd now like to invite members if they have any questions for officers. Okay, we move to debate. Has anybody got anything they wish? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, we've had this in front of us time or two before. I remember going down there. I didn't go this time, but I think we've been there twice before, and twice we've had refusals backed up by inspectors' appeals. This one to me is worse than the last one, because that's why I asked the question about distances. Although, he's going distance from first floor to first floor, what about looking out that window into the back garden, number 60? That's undeniable overlooking into there. So I would say that that's an extra reason for refusal. I think officers got it right. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Well, if we look at it, the Town Council recommend refusal on this. We have 31 letters of objections, but I do see there's 26 letters of support, but we know how they're obtained. I think the Town Council have got this right. Looking at the history, it's unfortunate for the owner. He had the opportunity years ago. He had planning permission. I don't think anything's really changed, and I will go with the officer's recommendations.
Councillor Mayer.
Yeah, can I please ask what happens when you're notified of fraudulent submission letters? Because the Town Council brought it up, and I believe the person who had been, shall we say, there were letters from two people that they haven't lived in that area for 10 years and they did not submit any supporting letters. And I just wonder what the procedure is if you're notified that letters are fraudulent, how you go about determining that and confirming it, please.
Okay, David will respond when we go to officers after the debate. Okay, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I think it's the first time I've ever sat in a planning meeting for 2 hours and never spoken. I was even asked why I hadn't spoken.
I thought it was on well.
Yeah. But anyway, I will speak on this. I will speak on this one. I think personally the officers have got it totally right. I think the Whittlesey Town Council has got it totally right. As Councillor French said, there's 31 objectors, but they are all around that road where that is. The 28 supporters of it are all over Whittlesey, as it says. So you can get people's names and addresses all over wherever you want, but those 31 people around that area, the appeals have been dismissed since 2008 and 2007, which is ridiculous. I mean, you can't keep going on and on putting something in there. The place is the size of the plot is not big enough for anything, and also everything that's put in there is out of character with the rest of the street scene down there. Because if you actually stand there, like we did when we got off the bus and had a look at it, all the properties down there are exactly the same. Put this something at the end there, it'd be a blot on the landscape. So I think everybody's got this totally right, and I shall go against it.
Do we have anybody else wishes to speak? No. So
Yeah, thank you through Chair. To pick up on Councillor Mayor's point, essentially if the legitimate person contacts us to say I've not made these representations, they would then be removed from the record essentially. If we don't, however, receive anything from the person themselves and it's just a claim from a third party that Mrs. X doesn't live here anymore, then we can't really remove that because we've got to be kind of fair to both sides, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want.
were there any other points of clarification from officers? Teresa? Yeah. Thank you. I'd now like to invite members to make a proposal on the application. Please do so by raising your hand. Councillor Mayer.
Please, I'd like to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Murphy. recommendation, please raise your hand.
It's unanimous.
That's unanimous, so that application goes with officer's recommendation. Thank you. I'll now hand over to Nikki Carter, Senior Development Officer, to present agenda item number 7, FYR 22-0869F. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated? Agenda item 7 is... Apologies, is that any better?
You're a very quiet speaker. Thank you.
Agenda item 7 is a full application for the change of use from a restaurant with rooms and a 2-bed dwelling to a 6-bed HMO for accommodation for up to 11 residents with shared communal facilities and outside space, and retention of the existing 2-bed dwelling. The accommodation is required, according to the submitted information, to provide temporary, permanent, flexible and seasonal accommodation for workers. An HMO is being applied for and as such would require a licence and be subject to the necessary legislative requirements. The application site is indicated in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. It is located on the west side of Station Road and comprises a 2-storey L-shaped building with single-storey lean-to element to the rear. There is a narrow access drive situated between 7 and 5 Station Road, leading to a small parking and garden area. There is also a part single-storey, part 2-storey height brick-built outbuilding, which forms the rear boundary of the site. The existing layout of the site can be seen on this plan. The proposed layout, including the parking arrangement, amenity space and bin and cycle storage, is shown here. The proposed floor plans are detailed here. Minor internal alterations are proposed to facilitate this arrangement. The external appearance remains the same, aside from replacement windows of the same design. These photos show the existing building and its relationship with Station Road. The top photos show the access to the site, including the relationship with the retained 2-bed dwelling. The lower photos show the rear of the site. The principle of development in this location is accepted subject to compliance with the relevant policies, and the loss of the restaurant with rooms is considered to be justified. The proposal is not considered to create significant adverse impact in relation to visual amenity, and there are no significant issues in relation to flood risk, drainage or ecology. However, the number of residents is considered an overdevelopment of this modest site, and this, coupled with inadequate parking provision, results in the potential for a poor living environment for residents and a significant detrimental impact on the residential amenity of surrounding dwellings. The benefits of the scheme are not considered to outweigh the harm that would be created, and as such, the recommendation is one of refusal, as set out on page 87 of the agenda.
Thank you, Nikki. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Lee Bevins, the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Lee, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Some members may recall a similar proposal for this site back in August 2021. Following refusal last time, it was suggested to us that reducing the overall numbers of occupants in the scheme would be supported in an amended application. This proposal is a 40% reduction in numbers of persons than the previously refused scheme, and a 64% reduction from where we started the scheme back in mid-2020. As noted before, the previous owner of the classic restaurant had accommodation for up to 9 guests in the main building. This excluded rooms which the current proposal looks to convert into additional accommodation. Latterly, they use their private annex as B&B accommodation, sleeping up to 4 adults. This, coupled with the restaurant business at its peak, would have seen numerous vehicles coming and going throughout the day. There are no objections from statutory consultees, and refuse collection will be done privately. Looking at the reasons for refusal, firstly LP15. It's widely acknowledged and accepted by FDC in previous similar applications that there are no adopted parking standards for HMOs, and it is reasonable to conclude that car ownership would be lower amongst the residents of such properties than for more conventional means of residential occupation. The proximity of the site to the centre of Mainey, cycle provision, and the proximity of the railway station, a 20-minute walk, would also contribute towards encouraging lower car ownership amongst its occupants. Looking at recently approved decisions, namely FYR20/1047F, approval of a 6-bed house to HMO for 9 persons, and FYR20/1131F, approval of a 7-bed hostel to HMO for 7 persons, both were approved by FDC with less parking than required, with 4 spaces and 2 spaces respectively. We have identified an area of cycle storage, and with the local bus service and the train station, it is reasonable to expect provisions for occupants to use sustainable transport methods wherever possible. Moving on to policy LP2 and LP16, this requires, amongst other things, that development proposals provide high levels of residential amenity, and policy LP16 requires development proposals to demonstrate that they do not adversely impact on the amenity of neighbouring uses, with a guideline that for non-flat development being 1/3 of the plot area. The existing building was in use as a restaurant and B&B for over 50 years, and whilst not conventional residential use, had the potential to accommodate up to 9 guests in the main building. With the removal of the existing shed and tidying up of the site and improved site parking and cycle provision, the amenity of the site is improved. The retained outbuilding has enclosed space on the ground floor which could be used as amenity value to the HMO. There was approximately 102 square metres of outdoor amenity space, excluding the outbuilding and retained garden to the 2-bedroom house. The overall footprint of Classics Restaurant is 220 square metres, and the parking, bin store and access equates to 170 square metres-ish. So the proposal is just below the guideline of 1/3 of the plot. I do not see that this proposal as overdevelopment. As mentioned, we've reduced the occupants by 40%. Other approved schemes in the district have acknowledged that parking will be lower in HMOs, and highways have raised no objections to the scheme, and there is sufficient room to enter and exit the site in forward gear, and spaces can be enlarged without impact on cycle storage or amenity. Concerns regarding antisocial behaviour are noted. However, whilst these cannot all be substantiated as coming from the property, they are fundamentally a planning matter, and any such impacts that arise are a result of individuals rather than the nature of the accommodation provided. Other controls are in place to monitor and take action against unacceptable behaviour of this nature. The applicant installed last year a camera system throughout the building which covers the courtyard and access, and it's monitored 24/7. This scheme is a sustainable proposal for the building, and trying to provide HMOs in an out of town or village location is unsustainable and would not meet other local plan and national planning policies. This proposal will support local shops, businesses and facilities, and the benefits do outweigh the harm. We'd ask members to consider the efforts that the applicant has gone to in reducing the overall numbers, improvements to be made to the longevity of the building and the rear amenity of the site, and approve the application for much needed temporary accommodation in the district, which Fenland lacks. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite members to put questions to Mr Bevans. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. Councillor French.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, Lee. First off, you said there's a bus service. Is there actually a bus service? And how? Because the bus services are all being cut.
The last time we looked online, there's four trips a day, I think, going through the village. I think is it number 56? I think.
Because there are no chances of loss that are going to lose the bus service very shortly.
Yeah.
Are people actually living there at this time?
It's being used because it has use as a B&B at the moment. It still has that use, so it's got some.
So there's nothing to stop them.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Mr. Bevan, couple of questions again, maybe three. Firstly, on parking. You have three car parking spaces. I've had numerous complaints regarding parking on the roads over the last 3-4 years. You mentioned that it's going to be an HMO, but it's at the present time it's being used for seasonal workers, which I guess it will probably continue to be going forward. Most of those have their own vehicle, so we could have up to 11 vehicles parking for 3. Where are the others going to park, please?
That is a pertinent point, and it's been raised a lot throughout the application. I would imagine the only place that they can park is actually on Station Road. And if you go back to the photos the officer showed on the screen, I don't know what time of day they would take them, but there's plenty of on-street parking that is not allocated to specific properties. But the very nature of HMOs is that you do have less parking. And I'm not to say, I can't confirm this obviously, but you do a lot of car sharing often if they're working at the same place, same factories, etc. But the predominant number of parking would be on Station Road, yes.
The latest complaint I had was 2 Sundays ago with a tractor and trailer parked on the roadside. So
can that be substantiated that it was actually for
yes, and it was parked on the pavement. I have the photographs. But anyway, moving on from that, regarding the building or the so-called shed at the rear, is that always going to be a shed, or are you going to come back with an application to change that into more rooms?
Right.
Following on from what FDC have previously found when they've gone into the building and found people sleeping on a hallway.
My understanding is from the very first application that we started off with officers back in 2020, we were looking to convert that building and convert it into residential use, hence the numbers were 30 overall. We actually dismissed that and we worked with officers to take that out of the equation. There are no intentions to convert that into residential or additional accommodation. I'd be more than happy to, whether that be conditioned, however FDC see fit, but that would not be a future conversion, no.
Thank you. And can you confirm how many rooms stroke people are actually living in the property at present time, please?
I can't confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think partly has been answered, but I will come back about the numbers, because you said there's going to be a reduction of 40% from what you have put in from before. But what is the reduction that the people that are living there now? Because I can see no difference about the people living there now, because there's a lot of them in there already. So why go for an MHO when you've already got it? You can live in there now without having to put in for an HMO.
I don't know how I can answer that. I mean, we're trying to do it through the right channels to actually change the use from what it is at the moment, because the ground floor is actually classed as a restaurant. It's the upstairs that is the B&B. So this application is looking to change it to a HMO so that the ground floor can be accommodated to accommodate seasonal workers, temporary accommodation.
So you're saying at the moment then nobody sleeps on the ground floor at all?
There's no, I mean, I can't confirm that either way.
No, you can't.
But they are seasonal workers. They come and go, and at the moment, as I understand it, there's nobody in there at this point in time. I've had that confirmed. Whether there was up till recently, but there's nobody in there at the moment.
Councillor Benny.
Afternoon, Lee. I remember this application came in before, and that was with an agricultural use to this as a development. And we were more or less told at this committee that it needs to be an HMO. So I suppose this is why you've gone down this route. I mean, if we've got people living in there, we do need accommodation for agricultural workers here. We are going to be ploughing crops back into the fields if we don't get people from abroad, because English people will not do this work. We do need to support the local agricultural industry. And I got very much the feel from the previous application here that if you'd put in for an HMO to start with, this will be regulated. And then Fenland will be able to keep on top of this to monitor to make sure this is right. We could leave it as a B&B and it could carry on, it could drift as it is. There could be, as you freely admit today, and none of us know how many people are living there. Well, that responsibility, if this is passed as an HMO, then passes on to Fenland, because they've got the staff to monitor this and make sure that is what it is. And also ensures the safety and well-being of the people who are living there, rather than having it like it is at the moment. It's been like this since 2000.
Sorry, Councillor Bennett,
Yeah.
do you actually have a question?
I'm leaving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. But it's partly also to find out that what I'm assuming from this and the application before. So you've gone down the route of an HMO. Will this be run properly as an HMO? Fenland will be involved in this. If this application is approved today, is it your client's intention to run this as a reputable business and to keep this in line with policy, and also to keep it in line with the HMO standards to ensure workers have a better place to live?
The simple answer to that is yes. I mean, the clients are going to invest a lot of time upgrading the parts of the building that weren't in use before and make it fit for purpose. They're more than happy to work with Fenland in any way, shape or form to ensure that, you know, it's not abused in any way. They took on board comments previously. They've worked with the fire officer. I think the fire officer has said they can have up to 30 people in there with the fire system that's in there. So means of escape cover up to 30 people. We're not looking to do 30, we're looking for 11. But like I say, they're happy, more than happy to work with Fenland, however they feel, however you feel fit.
Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, I'm not really certain who to ask this, but as I suppose you're representing the owner, sorry, the applicant, then fine, it's yours. Intensive residential occupation, right, this is 3.1. Intensive residential occupation of the building has already taken place, which resulted in private sector housing team and the fire services in the site, because presumably it's operating as a HMO. Hence the retrospective nature of the application. The precise situation currently is unclear and unauthorised. Is there anything you can add to that statement, or do I have to ask the officers to try and expand on that a little bit?
All I can say is that it has permission in its current format to be run as a B&B. So, you know, I can't say how many numbers are able to use it as a B&B overall, only on previous history what it was used for when there were 9 rooms in the main accommodation. It is seasonal workers. They come and go. I think the last people that came were working for Pretoria Energy and providing the tractors backwards and forwards, and obviously from all over the district. They have left recently, but I don't know much more than that, I'm afraid.
Councillor Marks.
Actually, probably a question I should be asking officers, but one other question. Do we happen to know how many times the police have been called to antisocial behaviour in that property in the last 3 years?
To my knowledge, I'm told by the client once.
Councillor Purser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I heard earlier on that it is properly regulated, and I understand Councillor Benny when he said that, you know, we do need to support agriculture. I understand that. But when we say is it properly regulated, I mean, what is to stop, say, when people are working together, oh, where are you stopping? Oh, I'm sleeping in the car. Oh, why don't you come and sleep where we are, sort of on the floor, and you can park your car wherever the heck you like. What is to actually stop that?
There is nothing stopping that, but that's no different to having, you know, living in a house and having lots of people overstay for a long period of time. You know, you can't. I don't see how you can regulate that other than using HMO.
Yeah, but the point I was actually making was when they're saying there's a maximum number, you can actually have their fire regulations and police regulations. Like, then my question was more really, how can it be regulated to say, I'm sorry, but you can't have your mate stop around tonight and that sort of thing? It's just not on.
I mean, all I can say is the fire officer has said that, you know, with the fire system that's in there, under its current use, it can accommodate up to 30 people. We're not looking at anywhere near that number. And the client is, like I say, going to control it. He's got CCTV put throughout. That's all I can say on it, I'm afraid.
Councillor Sutton.
Yes, Mr. Bevans, you said in your presentation that the amount of vehicles and parking is a lot lower in HMOs. I probably would agree with you in the towns, but I most certainly wouldn't agree with you in a village setting like that is, because they've got to have a car to get to Victoria Energy or wherever they've got to go. So I think, would you agree that that statement is probably a bit misleading?
I would agree that, yeah, towns have obviously got more services, etc., available, and villages tend to obviously have less services, but this is close to the centre, there are local shops nearby. We've also got the railway station, and quite a few of the people do arrive by the railway to come and stay. But like I say, they do generally, whilst I can't confirm how many cars are used or will be used, I know they do a lot of car sharing because they work at similar venues, if you like, and similar businesses. So
I'll probably come back on that one, Madam Chair. I think I would refute that because I've been going through mainly quite a lot recently and this time of year over the last few years. And midday you can fly through there as fast as you like. Come later on in the evening or early morning, that is absolutely jam-packed with cars.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Bevan? No. I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you have a question, can you please raise your hand?
I wonder if you can confirm, originally this was visited by FDC enforcement, I believe, the numbers that were actually there at the time.
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think planning enforcement officers visited, and I think also housing officers visited as well. I don't know the exact numbers that were sort of living on site, and I don't actually know whether at that point it was ever confirmed exactly how many were living on site. So I can't give a kind of a categorical answer to that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cornwall.
So a similar question, but in a slightly different vein then, referring to 3.1, and I repeat, intensive residential occupation of the building has already taken place, which resulted in the private sector housing team and the fire service, I think that's self-explanatory, visiting the site, hence the retrospective nature of the application. The precise situation currently is unclear and unauthorised. Now, what actually does that mean?
Through you, Chairman. Well, as I think I've indicated in terms of the actual number of occupants of the premises, that's not quite clear. Or as to the best of my knowledge, it's not quite clear. In terms of the unauthorised elements, I think certainly at that time or at this time, certainly there's no planning permission in place for intensive occupation. I think I would perhaps slightly dispute Mr. Bevan's sort of take on the situation. I'm sure Nikki, as case officer, will correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of, well, the previous lawful use of the premises is as a restaurant with sort of ancillary B&B to use to that. My understanding is that the building isn't currently being used as a B&B in the sort of normal sense, I suppose, in that you go, somebody makes you breakfast for you, somebody services the rooms. It's more of a sort of a hostel type arrangement, perhaps.
Right, so the statement then relates in effect to the assumption that this is already a possible HMO, which is why the council went in, and as a result of that visit or those visits, the application has come back because there is a certain element of regulation as soon as we start looking at possible HMOs if they want to become an HMO. So right, I go back to in fact, what Councillor Benny said, that once it actually becomes an HMO, it's actually much better regulated right from the word go, having had something to do with regulations and so on in the last few years. So on that basis, I have to say that I think I could support the application on the basis that it will become regulated, and therefore some of the extraneous problems that have developed over the last 3 months or year or so can in fact be looked at and regulated. Is that right?
Through you, Chair. Yes, there's clearly a licensing regime around HMOs, but I think the committee needs to be very careful in terms of, essentially the committee needs to be determining the application on the land use planning considerations of the application, not on the licensing regime. And while there is a little bit of an overlap between the two regimes, there are also differences between the two. And I think what the committee needs to be satisfied with, if it's minded to grant planning permission, would be that this is acceptable in terms of a land use for the number of occupants that are proposed here, rather than that being somehow adequately managed through the licensing regime.
Frankly, I would have thought the two things go together and they shouldn't actually be separated. As far as I see, I will look at both things, I think, automatically. Surely.
Through you, if I may, Chairman. I mean, ultimately, this committee is here to determine applications under the Town and Country Planning Act, not to determine licensing applications under the sort of the HIMO and Housing Acts. And I think that's where the committee needs to be looking at the material planning considerations of the development proposed.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that one follows the other and one can't operate until the other is done. So they go in cooperation with each other.
Councillor Scolding.
Thank you. I think officers have got this right. It's overdevelopment and also the parking.
Is this a question
No,
for officers? We're not in debate.
No, I know, but I'm just starting to say, I think they've still got parking problems there. And I went there on the bus and I can't see how they can make it a bigger car park than it is. I know, sorry, that's probably not a question, but I agree with it.
So we now move to debate. Can I just remind members that this is in respect of the material planning conditions relevant to the application. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Marks.
I think I started this with an open mind, as I spoke to Mr. Turnbull about earlier. It is my ward. I've heard from various times in this room we ought to take notice of not only the ward but also what the parish council has said. The parish council are adamant against this development at the present time. We need something. There is no doubt about it for that property, because if not, it'll be another property that goes derelict. I just think we've got too many numbers in there and not guarantees with car parking. We do get, during harvest especially, we've just come through the maize season where we've had vehicles parked all the way along there. HMO, maybe longer term, have people in there as opposed to what we've got now, which is transient. I don't know, probably be better. I have concerns regarding the back development as well. Historically, we're now 3 years on from when this property was bought, and it's taken 3 years to get to this point. And I think there's been a lot of stuff that could have been done a lot quicker. Enforcement's been involved, fire officers have been involved, and we've really got no guarantee this work is going to happen even then. I know we're saying, well, we can monitor it, license it, whatever, but it is a bone of contention for the village at the present time, and I think officers have got it right. So,
Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I agree. I do take on board what Councillor Benny says, and there is a shortage of well, certainly good quality agricultural workers, that is for sure. But that really can't override the impact that this would have on Maney Village. So the previous application, I don't know whether other members have done any research, but the previous application is into appeal, and I understand there's a hearing on the 3rd of November.
Through you, Chairman, I hope it's not the 3rd of November. It's, I believe it's in January.
Oh, is it? I thought it was 3rd of November. But anyway, it's imminent within the next month or two. So, you know, whatever we do here, they'll carry on with the appeal, and who knows, the inspector might agree more. So, yeah, I shall go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I do agree. There's an appeal there. Let's see what happens at appeal.
Anybody else wish to make any comment? No. Are there any comments of clarification from officers?
Only that we've been given a provisional date for the hearing for the appeal, but nothing's been confirmed yet, and the notification would go out as and when.
We now move to a proposal. Do I have a Councillor Scolding? Councillor Marks, second that. And we go to the vote. The proposal is to go with officer's recommendation. So that the vote was unanimous, and application goes with officer's recommendation. A break after the next application, or are people ready for a 10-minute break now? Should we do one more? Yeah. David Jordan. Again, I've missed one then. Huh? Which Beach Park, yeah. Right, I'll now hand over to Nikki Carter to present application FYR 220973 FDC, agenda item number 8. When you're ready, Nikki.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I draw members' attention to an update report which has been circulated? Agenda item 8 is a full application for a single-storey community hub building incorporating multi-purpose hall, cafe and toilets within Wisbeach Park. The application is before Planning Committee in the interest of transparency, as the council is the applicant. The wider application site is edged in red on the location and aerial photograph. The proposal is located on the western side of the park, indicated by the red dot on the aerial photo. The detailed siting of the proposal can be seen on this plan. The proposed floor plan is shown here, and proposed elevations on this plan. The wider context of the site can be seen here, with the arrow indicating where the proposal will be located. The proposal is acceptable in respect of the principle of development, and there are no issues to reconcile with regard to visual impact and character, heritage, flood risk, highway safety and residential amenity. As such, it is recommended to grant the application as set out on page 101 of the agenda.
Thank you, Nikki. We have no speakers on this application, so I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you have a question, please raise your hand. No questions, so we'd now go into debate. Councillor French.
Thank you. I do note in the report that there is a restriction on hours 9 to 12, but then the update, I don't think at this time it would be appropriate to put timescale on it because they have no idea what this building is going to be used for, whether it's going to be used and who's actually going to run it, if the building does actually go ahead, because it is several years, as I pointed out. FDC did offer £10,000 back in September 2020. Whether that's still on the table, I don't know. And I don't know whether the Combined Authority and Cambridge County Council are still offering these grants. So I think, you know, it should be supported, but I don't think we should be putting a time restraint on it at this time.
Anyone else want to join the debate? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll support it, but I have to say that the design, I think, is, dare I say it, bloody awful. How on earth that fits in with the character of the area, you know, some lovely houses either side of that park. How that is deemed to be in character, I fail to see, but I guess it's going to go through, so no matter what I say. The other thing I will say is that, you know, once again, all of Fenland are going to pick up the tab for something in Wisbech. I think if Wisbech wanted it, that should have been a town council thing to run and what have you. But there we are. That's just my view. But I will.
Councillor French.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think we'll be picking up the tab, Councillor Sutton. This was part of the County Council Communities in Partnership £5 million scheme. It was introduced in 2019-2020, and I believe it was £240,000 they were awarded. And also they went to the Combined Authority for some money, and I can't remember how much that was, but 240. So they were only actually asking for £10,000 from Cabinet. As I say, it was over 2 years ago. I don't know if that 10,000 is still available. A lot has happened over the last year. I will agree with you. I've never heard of the agent before. I know it's a Fenland District Council application, but I've never heard of them before. And I do agree the actual design, I think it could have been a better design, but whether it's ever built, who knows?
Councillor Cornwall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm slightly confused here that the councillors come for planning application for a building that they have no idea what they're going to use it for, who's going to run it, what they actually need. So we're approving something which is presumably, yeah, if we approve it, of course, that it's a hub, whatever that may mean. But you know, presumably we'll then look forward, if they do find some money somewhere to go ahead with it, there'll be changes then to the actual design because somebody wants something different. It just seems to be, well, all right, so disorganized. Yeah, okay.
Any more questions? No. Okay. Are there any clarifications from officers? David?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think to pick up Councillor French's point about the hours of operation, and I think is also set out in the update report, the hours of operation that are, or hours of opening that are referred to in the condition have come about as a result of the hours that were included within the application. It has been flagged that in the longer term, this building perhaps does need to be more flexible in terms of when it can open. And indeed, we're currently out to a consultation on that exercise, on that issue at the moment. However, as it stands now, we've not had any sort of feedback upon that. And if sort of conditions were potentially in, if a condition was proposed by, or if it was proposed by members to grant the application with the removal of that condition, then potentially members of the public could say that they've not had the opportunity to actually comment upon that. However, if members were minded to grant planning permission with a kind of an unrestricted use on the building, then it is possible that that could be subject to delegation to officers to pick up any issues arising from the current public consultation, perhaps.
Yeah,
To
I'm happy with
impose
that.
impose sort of appropriate conditions
Happy
around
with
that
that.
potentially.
Anybody else wanted to, councillor
Yeah,
Sutton?
Madam Chair, so basically what you're saying, Dave, is the decision notice wouldn't be issued until after the consultation period. It's 14 days, is it? Yeah, yeah, I'm happy with that.
If there are no further clarifications from officers, I'm now looking for a proposer. Councillor French.
Go with the officer's recommendations.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Scott. We now move to the vote. Oh, well, sorry, I'm just being prompted. The proposal is to go with officer's recommendation.
Yeah, I did say that.
Just in case anyone forgot. Eight to two. Okay. That means that the vote has gone with officer's recommendation.
If we can just clarify that councillor Murphy is actually a portfolio holder for parks and open spaces, that's why he's not taking part. And
Sorry, councillor Benny
is a cabinet member for economic development, which is an asset.
Okay, so if we can note that in the minutes, she's got that already. If we have 10 minutes and come back promptly, please. Now you're all refreshed, I'd like to hand over to David Rowan, Development Manager, to present application FYR 22-0063F, agenda item number 9. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application to erect 3 residential units, a 2-storey block of 2 one-bed and 1 2-bed flats, involving the demolition of the existing building on site within a conservation area. The location is land west of 5-7 High Causeway in Whittlesey. The site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. It's located within Whittlesey town centre and also within the conservation area. You can we see High Causeway is the pedestrian area which runs to the east of the site, and then Queen Street is to the west. High Causeway is pedestrianised. There's also an ash tree to the south of the site which is subject to a tree preservation order. So the existing site layout is shown on the upper left image, with the existing 2-storey outbuilding shown in sort of in pink in the middle of that. And then the tree that's shown just to the south is the one that's got the preservation order on it. The other images show further details of the existing building that's on the site. So the application seeks permission to demolish this outbuilding and to erect a new building for residential purposes. The principle of this is considered acceptable subject to appropriate design. The images shown here are the scheme as originally submitted to us. This was considered to be inappropriate in terms of its scale and design. And this is just showing a little bit more detail here. Officers have subsequently worked with the agent on a revised scheme for the development, and the site plan for this is now shown with the building in orange in the middle of the site. As you can see, the scale of the footprint's been reduced. You can also see the relationship with the protected tree to the south. And members will also see there is no actual on-site parking proposed as part of the application. Given the constraints of the site in terms of its size, the pedestrianised nature of High Causeway, it's considered that the nil provision, which is allowed for in certain circumstances within the local plan in town centres, would be appropriate in this instance. So the elevations of the revised scheme are shown. It's considered that this is more sympathetic to the conservation area in terms of its appearance and its general sort of scale and design. The 2 one-bed flats are proposed at ground floor level, with then the 2-bed flat at first floor. So photos show the sides and the existing building from sort of various viewpoints. Further views of the site and its surrounding context. And again, sort of the immediate surroundings of the site. So the upper left image shows the back of the premises, which fronts onto High Causeway. That's probably the one photo there to take particular note of, as well as the lower photo showing the proximity of the trees, and again a little bit more of a sort of a close range view of the existing building. So to summarise, the scheme has been amended to achieve a scale and design considered to be appropriate for the site, its surroundings and constraints, and therefore accords with the relevant planning policies. The officer recommendation is therefore to grant permission as set out in the agenda, but with delegated authority sought to the head of planning to impose appropriate arboricultural conditions. Unfortunately, the tree office hasn't been in a position to provide final advice on the exact wording of the condition. So if members are minded to go with officer recommendation, that would be subject to sort of final clarification under delegated authority with regards to those tree conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Matthew Hall, the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Matthew, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This proposal, as David has said, has been subject to numerous discussions and amendments to achieve an acceptable scheme. The existing building on the site has not been used for in excess of 15 years. The building's in a very poor condition, with sections of it even lost. The With bricks from demolishing the existing building will be reused in this proposal as per the planning condition. With the tree on site, we commissioned an independent tree report for the proposal, which advises the development can be built out without damage to the tree. There are no technical objections to this proposal. This site is a town centre proposal allowing the existing building to be demolished and the site regenerated for residential usage. Last thing I would say is we've had a number of different planning officers on this site under 2 applications, and when Sheila Black contacted me, we had a meeting very quickly to discuss this. Sheila gave some excellent suggestions, has really worked with us to move the application on to allow it to come forward with a recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Are there any questions for Matthew? Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, could I just ask you, you mentioned you reusing the materials from the demolished building. Have you really looked at it? Sorry.
No, that's fine. The bricks would definitely be reused. It's a 215 wall, so we can turn bricks around. There's more than likely to be a shortage of bricks, which is in the officer's report. There may need to be some bricks made up. The roof tiles, the timbers, the floor would definitely not be reused. The bricks definitely will be, given the cost of them, but the rest of it, no. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much. Yes, Matthew, there's one thing on here. It says the town council that they recommend refusal, but they say that there is concerns with the area regarding the illegal use of the roadway during the designated times. Well, surely to goodness the people who are going in there know what the designated times are there, because it is a pedestrian area, particularly, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree. We've shown nil parking, as David said. When I've been to site 3 times, I'll be honest, where this access is, there's been a car parked there, which must be owned by one of the properties there. On 2 other occasions, there's been nothing there. It is a pedestrian zone. We've shown nil parking, and the applicant understands that. We're not proposing any cars or anything. Yes, pedestrian zone, I totally agree. Yeah.
Because the reason I asked is because when we was there, when we got off the bus and then walked round to see it, there was 2 cars parked in there, but there was also 2 cars coming down the roadway, which is I mean, it must be going to some shop or something like that delivering. It's got to be, because it's a pedestrian area, isn't it?
It is. When you look at the sign as you go into the top of High Causeway, it says pedestrian area except for loading, unloading. We propose no cars, but yeah, I understand exactly what you say. Yeah.
Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, I'm the ward councillor for the ward where this is, and the loading and unloading is before 10 o'clock in the morning and after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So if you want deliveries, how are we going to facilitate that? Because there's no back access to it.
With the applicant, who's also the developer who's likely to build this out, he understands about deliveries. It's obviously on the sign as you go down High Causeway. He'd be happy to have a construction plan to be agreed with officers if that's acceptable. But he does understand about deliveries. I agree. Yes.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Hall? No, thank you. Okay, now I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you have a question, can you raise your hand, please? No questions to officers, so we now move to debate. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. We've already mentioned the restriction on times. Unfortunately, it's not policed, so we do get a lot of people breaking the law regarding access and going up and down High Causeway. I am concerned, as is my fellow ward councillor, about deliveries and etc. there. The 2 cars that Councillor Murphy referred to belong to the shopkeepers next door but one on High Causeway. They live in the flat, so they always parked in that area. You know, it is a difficult entrance and it is right next to the gate to the funeral directors. Now, I'm concerned that should this get approved, you're going to finish up with people living in a flat upstairs, looking over a wall into, shall I say, the preparation area for the funeral directors. You know, I expect that they're going to, at some point, complain. But I'm more concerned about the access into the site, because it is only the width of a double gateway, really. Okay.
Councillor Sutton.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I understand Councillor Mayor's concern, and as a ward councillor, we should take note of that. But if there's any consolation, I remember saw the development just above that on the screen that had three roofs. I was involved in the development of that. I designed the floors on both the ground and first floor. And all of that material was taken through an arch. I don't know where that arch goes to, but you know where I mean? Number 9. Yeah. That all went through there. And we as a company, I went out and did the survey, and we delivered, and we was in and out there before 8 o'clock in the morning. I think the developer was from Bedford somewhere, but the actual builder was Trevor Snitch, local builder, very good builder as well. So as long as it's managed how it should be managed, I don't foresee any huge problems. That was done, and that's probably 3 times the size of this one, so I wouldn't have any problem with it at all. And I would just like to say, while I've got the floor, Madam Chairman, that I've mentioned this before, how refreshing it is to see officers working with agents to bring something forward that we can approve, which, you know, when it started out in life was you know, not approvable. So well done to particularly Sheila, but to the team on that. That's always good to hear. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I can't see too much wrong with it at all, really, because when we was there, it is I would call it grotty behind the place. It was going to be done up. It'll smarten the area up, and it's right in the centre of Whittlesey. And I think it will be a purpose-built place. And as long as the people know exactly what they can and can't do, going in and out there, I've got no problems whatsoever with this.
Councillor Scolding.
Yes, I have got one issue overlooking the undertakers. Hopefully it could be something done about that, because it's just dignity at the end of the day. If they're looking straight down on bodies being cleaned and that sort of thing, I don't think it's right.
Councillor Murphy.
Well, on that point, Madam Chairman, that's up to the person who actually goes into the flat, whether they look down over that or not. I mean, we can't stop that. If they want to go into a place like that and looks down, well, fair enough, up to them.
Yeah, it's a case of buyer beware, isn't it? Yeah. The Mayor.
Yeah, I will be going with the Whittlesey Town Council recommendation. However, can I just impart that the ash tree, please, I know it's got TPO on it. I know they've said that they'll retain it and look after it, but I have known accidents to happen. Cynic as I may be, but that tree is one of the only trees in the conservation area, and I would like to see it left as it is, please. Thank you.
Is there anyone else would like to add to the debate? No. So Officers, any clarification?
Through you, Chair, I think just to pick up on Councillor Nair's point about the tree, it's got a protection order on it. Therefore, if any unauthorised works are carried out to that tree, that is a criminal offence. And yes, but ultimately all we can say is that it's protected. We've been reasonably assured that the site can be, or the development can come forward without adversely impacting on that tree. And if at some future point something untoward happens to that tree, it would need to be addressed at that time under the powers that are available to us.
It will be interesting to see the result of the inspection in Chatteris today, which is about 2 horse chestnut trees that were felled in my ward in Whittlesea. So they've now cemented over where they should have replanted. So let's wait and see what the outcome of that is.
Right, I'm now looking for a proposer, please. Councillor Sutton.
Welcome, officer recommendation, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Murphy, seconded. So we move to the vote, and the proposal is that we go with officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands?
One abstention.
Who's the abstention?
Oh, you're against.
Yeah. Okay, so that application has gone with officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full planning application to erect 5 dwellings on land north of Red Barn in Turves. Draw members' attention initially to the update report that's been circulated in respect of this item, and also for clarity, as well as the application needing to be reported to committee as one of the applicants is a Fenland district councillor. It would also have required reporting as there are 6 representations contrary to the officer recommendation. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits to the northwest of the Red Barn development, and with Burnt House Road to the west and the railway line to the north. Originally, the site was designated as the open space for the first phase of Red Barn, and then was subsequently granted planning permission for 5 dwellings in 2012. That decision was heavily influenced by an appeal decision on the site in 2010 relating to, I believe, 7 dwellings. The site, along with most of Turves, is in flood zone 3. So the site plan shows how the site would be accessed from the existing turning head on Red Barn, then with the arrangement of 5 dwellings sort of at the end. And the various house types are now shown. Members will see these are generally sort of a chalet bungalow style, albeit all with slightly sort of individual twists to them. So moving on to the photographs, the current nature of the site is shown. The point of access has terrace fencing across it, with these views both being sort of through that towards the west of the site and to the rear of the properties on Burnt House Road. The right hand image shows a group of trees which will be removed as part of the development. And then these 2 images show the point of access from the turning head of Red Barn, so one looking from the turning head towards the site, and then the reverse view on the right hand image. The gravel driveway here would be replaced with a shared surface constructed of brindle block paviers. So just to summarise, Turves is defined as a small village in the local plan, where normally only small scale infilling will be allowed. It is not considered that the development proposed would qualify as infilling when looking at the definitions which exist of this. However, the site is surrounded on 3 sides by residential development and has the railway line to the north. Unlike most situations where the development would not be infill in such a settlement, there is no encroachment into the open countryside, and there is no backland development being created. The history of the site is also a significant factor, having been identified as open space on the original permission, and then a planning permission having been granted in 2012 for an almost identical application following the conclusions of an inspector in considering a 2010 appeal. The inspector considered that the development of this particular part of the site, whilst it was outside the development area boundary at the time, was acceptable due to the form of the settlement and the history of the site. Consequently, these issues are considered to combine to provide a set of circumstances which provide a legitimate reason to override planning policy in this particular case. The actual impacts of the development in terms of character and appearance and amenity are considered to be acceptable, and it is accepted that while the sequential test submitted is somewhat flawed in its approach, there are no sequentially preferable sites within TERS where 5 dwellings could be alternatively accommodated, given the conclusions in respect of principle which I've just outlined. The recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Andrew Hodgson, the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. Andrew, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Pegasus Group were asked to have a look at this planning application on behalf of the applicants and the trustees. After it really lapsed previously on a technicality where the previous agents who were dealing with it failed to satisfy one of the flood risk conditions on there in terms of, contamination conditions on there. So really this should be built out by now. Unfortunately, when it came to review by the planning officers, it determined that this contamination point hadn't been picked up. So Pegasus Group were brought back in to address that, and that's what we've done. So the application for these is exactly the same as the one that was approved previously. We've not changed the layout in any way. The only points that have changed have been some technical points which have been changed due to changes in planning policy and things like that. So we've got some on-site biodiversity net gain now, which wasn't on the scheme previously. The site layout now shows the Clygester and the attenuation basin, which deals with the drainage scheme. That wasn't shown on the plans previously, but it was shown in an updated FRA for the site. The site still uses efficient use of land, and it really hasn't had any change to the scheme that was approved and what the inspector allowed last time around. So really, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have on the existing scheme, but technically this should have been built out by now. It's just a technicality and oversight on the previous people who were dealing with it that contamination issue wasn't dealt with properly.
Are there any questions for Andrew? Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Clygester biotech. In the conditions, there's notes about a management company looking after the roads and paths and etc., but nowhere in there it mentions the treatment plant. Is that
that would have to be how the nature of how those Clygesters work is they potentially may have to be some maintenance on maybe once a year or looked at very rarely, so that will be allowed for in any management.
So that's what we need to discuss with officers then, because that needs to be added in the management.
That needs to be added. Yeah.
Okay, thank
you. Councillor French.
Thank you. I've just noticed there's a comment about March West and Whitefen Internal Drainage Board. I am a member of the commissioners on that, so I would like that declared. But I do notice in your maintenance access strip, as landowners beside the watercourse have duties to undertake the land drainage, etc. And that a 5 metre wide maintenance access strip has been provided beside the adjacent watercourse. Are you aware that middle level will not allow anything less than 9 metres?
Yes, so is that talking about an access strip to get to it? Or
No, maintenance, it's not now, it's 10, 20 years down the line. They insisted that it is a 9 metre. I had a meeting a few weeks ago at West End Park and they will not budge from it. So 5 metres, it's not enough because you've got these flares or whatever they're called coming in, and 5 metres is not enough.
If that's the case, then that needs to be amended, but start with.
Well, I think we need to talk to the drainage board.
The drainage board, and obviously that's outside of this planning application slightly, but it's gone through the mid-level commissions and they've had a look at it, so they didn't come back with a comment on that specifically.
But just to highlight it, it will not budge from 9 metres. I've got a problem in West End Park. There's actually plant trees in there that have got to come out.
Are there any more questions? I'd like to just ask about the contamination. So is there going to be a contamination report done?
So the contamination reports have all been done now. So that was the point. There's a condition on there that requires us to report any contamination should we find any once we go on site to build the houses. So all of the boreholes, all that thing, all those reports that were missed last time around have now been done.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for Andrew? No, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd now like to ask if members have any questions for officers. Okay, so we can now move to debate. Ask any question, anyone? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, I'll just ask what we debate or questions. Well, are we questions or debate? I'm sorry, I missed a bit. I think two things. I don't have any problem with it. Two things that need to be nailed down, and that is the access strip needs to be 9 metres because of the large equipment now that they use, and 5 metres is just not enough. And the other thing is that the management plan needs to include that digester biotech gadget, because that won't be maintenance free for sure. You know, may go for a few years, but eventually that will need pumping out. So that needs something in there in the management plan to cover that off. Madam Chairman, thank you.
Anyone want to add to the debate? No. Officers, any clarification on the 9 metres? No. Okay, we'll just give David a minute.
I think just through you, Madam Chairman, the issue of the sort of drainage or the maintenance strip. Ultimately, we've got the plan in front of us that we've got, and to a degree, that's a separate matter outside, as I think Mr. Hodgson intimated, perhaps outside the consideration from a planning point of view. And I think to some extent, if planning permission is granted, the ball's perhaps a little bit back in the applicant's court on that to try and get either a resolution with the IDB for a sort of a narrower strip, or they're going to have to come back and amend the plan accordingly. I think you know, that's a matter back to the applicant.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks for clarification on that, David. Yeah, you're absolutely right. As I said, I had a meeting a few weeks ago with Middle Level about land that's coming to Fenland Council, and they're adamant about the 9 metre strip. They're also there's another planning application in for them for something else. I haven't seen the details yet, but again, it's the 9 metre strip. These dikes and drains were obviously put in hundreds of years ago. They have to be maintained. And it's up to the applicant to have further discussions with Middle Level. And I don't believe for 1 minute Middle Level will let up on the 5 metres. It is 9 metres, and it's because of the size of the machinery. And as I said, it's not now, it's 10, 15 years time. They won't have to go in for a few years. When they go in, if there's trees or anything in the way, they will get damaged. And that includes buildings.
If there's no more to add to the debate, and we've had officers' response, we now move to, I need a proposer, please. Councillor Scoldy. Councillor French. Is that delegated to officers to apply any conditions? Yeah. Do you wish to see the conditions? Yeah. Councillor French? Yeah. So we can now vote on the proposal, which is to go with officer's recommendation. Can I please have a show of hands?
That's a unanimous decision. Councillor Mrs Mayor's not taking part in this.
Thank you. So that application has gone with officer's recommendation. Thank you. Right. I'll now hand back to David to present application FYR 22-0811, Outline Planning Commission, agenda item number 11.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an outline application with matters committed in respect of access to erect up to 8 dwellings land south of Hallbank, Tid St Giles. Initially, just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated, and in addition, further comments have been received from the Highway Department, which state that the passing bays are welcomed for this site. The footway addition for this site is good. However, there appears to be hedges on the footway. These hedges will eventually overgrow and render the footway unusable. The land proposed for both passing bays by the site and the footway is not highway land and therefore will require confirmation of ownership. This also requires confirmation from the owner that the land can be used for the proposed uses. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and on the aerial photo. It sits just south of the district boundary with South Holland, which is effectively on the opposite side of Hallbank. And you can see from the aerial photo in particular, it forms part of an agricultural field, slightly detached from the built form of Tid St Giles, and the site is within flood zones 2 and 3. The application is in outline with access committed. The site layout shown is therefore illustrative, but shows a row of dwellings fronting onto Hallbank with individual access points, and a retained access to the remainder of the field is also shown. As indicated in the comments from Highways, the application proposes a footpath link from the development site to the existing footpath network, as well as a passing place on the northern side of Hallbank. And the location of the passing bay and the existing footpath network is shown on the plan. The green ring on the plan extract shows where it's claimed that the existing footpath network sort of comes to. However, as you'll see from the photographs on the right hand side, basically the footpath network stops at the junction of Hockland Road and Hallbank. It doesn't actually sort of appear to go to the point that's shown on the plan submitted by the applicant. So the photo on screen shows a view looking west across the frontage of the site. The nature and character of this as part of an agricultural field is clear, as is its sort of location in the wider, more open countryside. And also the single width nature of Hallbank can also be seen. And then this is the reverse view looking eastwards, sort of back towards the edge of the settlement. And I think you can really see that there's a clear delineation between the open nature of the application site and the sort of the edge of the settlement. So to summarise, the application is considered contrary to a number of policies of the local plan. Tid St Giles is defined as a small village appropriate for small scale infilling. The application site is clearly outside the built form of this, is not infill, and must therefore be considered as development in the open countryside, which would be unjustified. In addition, as the site is within flood zones 2 and 3, it must be considered sequentially unacceptable on this basis. The area of search for the sequential test would be district-wide in this scenario. And as set out in the update report, the Highway Authority have raised concerns regarding visibility achievable at the individual accesses, and also there is no certainty regarding any links to the footway network, and also concerns over the actual deliverability of both this and the passing bay, given the involvement of third-party land. There will be clear character harm arising from the development of this site within the open countryside and the linear expansion into this open agricultural land. The recommendation is therefore to refuse planning permission as set out within the agenda. Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application. I'd like to invite Shana Jackson, the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. Shana, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. As you've just heard, the application before you is for up to 8 dwellings and is submitted in outline with only matters of access committed for consideration at this stage. The proposal has been recommended for refusal for reasons of principle, flood risk and highways. Taking each issue in turn, I'll respond as follows. There are limited opportunities within the existing built-up footprint of the village to achieve new development. It's noted that no new housing allocations which have not already commenced have been proposed in Tid St Giles within the emerging local plan, and this gives the parish council cause for concern, as has been published online. In a recent social media post, Tid St Giles Parish Council stated that the plan for their area is too restrictive, and without any further development within the next 18 years, the village will die. They further stated that they need to see provision for some housing, to go ahead. Although we note that they have raised concerns, the proposal does represent an opportunity to meet the aspirations of the parish council. It will provide for 8 new dwellings within a location which adjoins the existing built form and would reflect the form and nature of the development, which can be seen on the other side of the village at Kirkgate. The plots are large enough to accommodate family-sized dwellings, which would help to support local services and facilities, most importantly the primary school, and this will enable the village to continue to be a nice place to live. I therefore argue that the principle of the development can be supported on the grounds of the benefit of new housing, which will be brought to the settlement. With regards to flood risk, we're all acutely aware that a large majority of the land within the district is at high risk of flooding. It's therefore inevitable that many applications such as this, which come before you, will be in flood zone 3. We've carried out a sequential test which proves that there are no sequentially preferable land available within the village. The reason for refusal states that the search area for land for development should be the whole of the district, given the location of the site. However, we dispute this, given that the dwellings in question would serve the local amenities and facilities within the village, and therefore the area for search should be Tid St Giles itself. Notwithstanding this, given the characteristics of this particular area, any new development in or around Tid St Giles is likely to be on land at high risk of flooding, and therefore if new development is to be accepted in Tid St Giles, it must be accepted that it will be on flood zone 3 land. We have provided a flood risk assessment which demonstrates that the dwellings will be technically safe from flooding, and this has been accepted by the Environment Agency. In terms of highways, we can provide the clarification sought by the local highway authority. It's our opinion that there'll be significant benefits brought by the proposal in terms of providing housing, which will support the ongoing vitality of this village. We'd argue that there will be no harm caused by the development as asserted in the reasons for refusal, and I hope you're able to see the benefits of this case in that they will outweigh any perceived harm and grant planning permission accordingly. Thank you.
I'd like to invite members to put questions to Shana. If you'd like to ask a question, can you please raise your hand? No? Thank you, Shana. I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. If you wish to do so, please raise your hand. No. We move to debate. Does anyone wish to comment? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Whilst I take on board what Shana says about the parish council, are concerned about not getting any extra development in the emerging local plan. They do, however, state that they are not in favour of this one in this position. So it is in an elsewhere location. I have no doubt about that in my mind, and I don't think it's the right place to be building. There's much better places in closer to the village than this. So I should be going with officer recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor French.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Sutton. We'll be doing so as well.
Anyone else wish to comment? No? Officers, are there any clarifications? No. Thank you. In which somebody, Councillor Sutton.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'll go with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
The seconder, please. Councillor French.
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
Officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a full planning application again for the formation of hard-standing to site 2 caravans, 1 for residential use and 1 for storage at the rear of the property. It's a part retrospective application, and the property in question is the Duncow Public House, Green Lane in Christchurch. Initially, just draw members' attention to the update report which has been circulated. So the application site is shown in red. The public house itself sits on the frontage of the site within Christchurch, and I think the location plan in particular illustrates the prevailing linear pattern of development which there is in this area. So the application proposes the siting of 2 caravans to the rear of the pub, which are shown in the sort of hatched markings, literally underneath where it says the Duncow. These would be sited on a concrete pad, and this is shown in sort of the red line. One of the caravans is indicated as being for the storage of the applicant's possessions, while the other is indicated as being for disabled members of staff to live in. Apparently 5 members of staff currently live on the site, although the latest information, which is referred to in the update report, claims that the residential caravan is for the applicant's wife to reside in. So the upper left photo shows the frontage of the pub. The upper right shows the rear of the pub and the location through the fence of the sort of caravans, while then the lower image shows the concrete pad which has been laid on one of the units which is already in position. To summarise, the development is considered to be backland residential in its nature, which would conflict with policy LP3, which would support infill in a small village such as this. The development is considered to be unjustified and would introduce temporary structures at odds with the prevailing character and appearance of the area. The officer recommendation is therefore to refuse permission as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. We have no speakers on this application, so I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. Are there any? No, thank you. In which case we move to debate. Who wants to start? Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think probably just to help members, it would be beneficial for me to run through a little bit of history of what I know about the pub and the current applicants. when I first moved into the village out of the Fen in 1998, the landlords was then Mr. and Mrs. Jelly. They had a chef who lived in the caravan in the back, and I have to assume that, you know, that caravan was there without planning permission, but it was there for a good number of years, maybe 8 or 9, I would guess. Following Mr. and Mrs. Jelly's moving on, there was several local residents took on the pub on a part-time basis. When the Jellies were there, you couldn't get in there. It was one of the most popular eating establishments in the area. Had loads of people from Mainey and all the villages around. It was very successful. They didn't carry on the food part of it and relied mostly on wet trade. Moving forward a few years, then there was a chap called Phil. I can't remember his surname now. He ran it, and he lived in the upper accommodation on his own, and was quite happy to let the pub tick over on the wet trade. Did occasionally do a sandwich here and there, but nothing of any substance. Then the last 3 years, another local couple. They run the pub, but they didn't live there. They live in the village, still live in the village, and they brought back the food line, and was really successful. The new people have moved from Suffolk. It's either Felixstowe or Lowestoft, and I'm not quite sure which. I don't know the landlords. I very rarely use the Dumb Cow. That's not to say I don't use it, but I haven't been in there since the new people have been there. But I did meet the 2 ladies that run the pub at the Christchurch Parish Council meeting in September, and they came and they now want to, as well as running the pub, they want to re-establish the youth club and do some mum and toddler work in the village hall, and they was asking for some grant funding just to get that ticking over. So that's the only contact I've had with anyone there. My own opinion, and I was asked this at the parish council. It was the parish council's opinion that, given that the occupation of the upper floor for living was ancillary to that living accommodation. I know that's disputed by the officers, but at that time, from the best of my knowledge, I was asked, and I did say yes. I think that, from what I know about it and what I know about other places, that planning permission wouldn't be needed. That would be classed as ancillary. I appreciate the officers are looking at it, I think, slightly differently. They're looking at it more from a worker point of view, where I'm looking at it from an accommodation point of view. And whilst I agree that the caravans will and do have a temporary look around them, I think that we should give a new business all the help we can, and for that reason, I think I will be going against officer's recommendation, albeit I would want it to be temporary, because if we put 3 years on it, that will give them time to get the business up and running, and also give them time to negotiate with the brewery to get perhaps an extension put on the back of the house, back of the pub, for those that have possible disabilities. So that would be my take on it, Madam Chairman. Of course, other members might have a different view, but that's the way I'm looking at it at the minute. Thank you.
Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. Yeah, I'm slightly torn on this one because we're losing all our rural pubs. A pub in a village has to succeed, has to make money in order to survive. If we've got new people in here and they're trying to add value to the business in effect, I can't see where there's a statement in here. Excuse me a second. There is existing living accommodation within the Duncow, and therefore it's not considered that the caravans proposed could be considered ancillary to the use of the Duncow, given the existing living accommodation and so on. And then it goes on about, one is the extra accommodation is not essential for the success of business. Well, to be honest, that's a judgment, isn't it? And personally, I think we should give these landlords a little bit of a helping hand here to try and prove what they're going to do and so on. And it may well be that, is there any way that we can say issue a temporary permission or something or other, their caravans, in order to see how successful the business is, and then let them prove that part of the success or otherwise of the business is because they have or they haven't got a caravan in order to bring some more people in to help with the business. It's very difficult for the pub trade at the moment. It really, really is. I mean, the town pubs are struggling. How a small pub in a small village can make an impact on their community is, we understand it. I think they should perhaps be given an opportunity to have a go at it, even on a time limited basis. So I think we should think about things very carefully.
Yeah. The only comment I'd make there is if you've got a pub and a business that's just starting up, I'm not quite sure why you would need accommodation for 5 members of staff, unless those members of staff also happen to be family members, but that hasn't been made clear in the report.
I do understand that, and maybe questions can be asked in a more suitable manner, shall I say, to try and get some proper answers and support for them.
Councillor French.
Yes, thank you. This is getting dangerous. I'm agreeing with Councillor Sutton again. And obviously Councillor Cornwall. I think 3.4, the submitted application from notes the residential accommodations for 2 members of disabled staff who struggle to the stairs. Now, I do agree. I know we haven't done it for some time, but we have given temporary permission for caravans. Councillor Sutton, through you, Madam Chairman, how long have these caravans actually been there? You said there was
a minute. There's only one there at the minute, isn't there? Yeah.
Okay.
And in the update, it suggests that the caravan is for the Y.
Yes.
But it doesn't mention a second disabled person.
No, it just mentions that a disabled person. So whether that is the wife or not, I don't know. But I would imagine if you've got 5 members of staff, it's probably a family who want to live there. And I do agree with Councillor Sutton. The last 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, have been very difficult for any businesses, and they're lucky they're actually prepared to start a business. Christchurch isn't very big, and if they can manage to bring the Duncow, it's called, turn that around, I think we should be here to give people the opportunity to try to prove themselves. And I'd be happy to do a 3-year temporary.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I was thinking just now regarding Stony and the Golden Line at Stony. Exactly the same thing happened there. They have got temporary accommodation for their workers. Unfortunately, that business failed during COVID. So I really do think, for 3 miles down the road, we've already got precedent a bit set. And I think we should give these people the chance to go ahead and grow their business.
Councillor Scolding.
Yes, I agree, although I think 3 years is not enough. I think 4 or 5 years should be. To get a business going, it takes more than 3 years. So I entirely agree with Will, which is very uncommon, not very common at all. But I do agree there should be a licence on it, but I think it should be 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah, on the issue of the potential temporary consent, just to underline the fact that if a 3-year temporary consent is granted, towards the end of that 3-year period, there would be nothing to stop the applicant from reapplying to retain one or both statics on the site. So I wouldn't necessarily be sort of blindsided by the 3 versus 5 year, because it's in a way it's irrelevant, and also 50% of the development's there already. So there's fairly substantial financial commitment in place as it stands. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I may have got this wrong. Maybe I might have misread it slightly, but as my understanding was with this, it was one caravan being looked at there for the disabled wife to stay in it, and the other one for personal possessions as opposed to accommodation. And so I just basically felt that, that's maybe got that bit wrong. That it's actually for personal possessions as opposed to accommodation. That's my thoughts there. Thank you.
I suspect probably if they've come from somewhere else, they may well have possessions that are not going to fit in the caravan, particularly if it's a disabled person living in it. So they probably do need the second one for actual storage. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just for clarification on that point. To the best of my knowledge, they all moved from Lowestoft or Felix, so one of the other, I don't know which is, I can't remember now, but they all moved into the pub and took it on. And as far as I know, it is their first venture into the hostelry trade. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I think it is. And the second caravan is for storage, because they do have a lot, when they came up to the parish council and wanted to start up a new or restart the youth club, which I was involved with back in the day. They do have a lot of equipment that they use. They had a CIC company in wherever it was, working with youth, and they've got quite a lot of equipment to store from that. I think at the minute, I know members went down there. I think there's a tent out on a temporary tent out on the big lawn, and I think a lot of it is in there. So if that's any benefit to members, then.
Councillor Topgood.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, over the years, we've allowed accommodation tied to a business where it's necessary. It's quite clear that this is necessary. The fact that the staff could be made up of family members is irrelevant. For somebody who is trying to build a business at the minute in the pub trade, I've just taken over a pub 2 months ago. It is very difficult out there. And if he is employing members of his own family, that's a way to keep the costs down. Believe me, just to buy a dray in every week, it's £4,000 or £5,000. Okay, so I mean, times are tough at the moment, and I will support them having these caravans to build their trade, to build their business up, because it is very, very difficult.
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Well, I should be only one, but I did say it in a meeting about, I think last time or the time before, about one application, And I think this is exactly the same. We're having the wall pulled over our eyes again. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to add to the debate? Councillor French.
Thank you. I actually take offence at you, Councillor Murphy, saying that we're getting the wool pulled over our eyes again. We can only go with what's in front of us, and we've had an explanation from Councillor Sutton. We have explained there is a disabled person there involved, can't get up the stairs, and I think you need to take that seriously into consideration. With a new business, it has been very, very difficult over the years, and I think, you know, as a council, we should be helping and assisting people, not just rejecting everything. We've got what's in front of us. Where the wool's pulled over our eyes, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll be corrected if you're right.
Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm just basically especially taking into consideration what Councillor French and Councillor Topgood just said. These people taking on this as their first ever venture in these very, very difficult times. I think they've actually been incredibly brave to do this. And I think they should be encouraged into doing it and hopefully supported by local people in that venture as well. Thank you.
Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, just one more point, Madam Chairman, if I may. That this is not unprecedented in the village, because on the white goods recycling centre, they had temporary permission there for a caravan for a number of years. That was renewed, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times, and now they've got that as a permanent structure, permanent planning permission. So it's not unprecedented. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Yes, Chairman, I'm sorry to labour the point a bit, but at the end of the day, if this pub ceases to be viable, our planning rules will try their hardest to keep the pub going and all the rest of it. We have here, it appears, someone who is trying to get this pub up and running. It was obviously empty for a while by the sound of things. It's part of the village community. We've got a major pub in March that is falling down because nobody will take it on because of the economy and so on. And I think, quite frankly, we should learn from that. And if there's an opportunity somehow to help people from re-establishing these businesses, we should do so. And this is an ideal way that as planners, planning committee can actually help here and try and find a way of giving them at least a temporary accommodation or temporary permission to have that accommodation to see how it goes. If it doesn't work, well, we've tried and they've tried. And I think this is what we owe our community out there.
Anybody else want to add anything? I have to say, on a personal note, I think I thought I was going to go one way, and actually now, having listened to the debate, I think if we can put a temporary time limit on it, then that's changed my opinion. So just shows you the benefit of a good debate. So right, so if we've finished the debate, we now need to have a proposal, please. Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to propose we go against the offerer's recommendation and grant this planning permission on a temporary basis for 3 years, or whenever these particular tenants leave, whichever is the sooner. They can reapply in 3 years, as Nick quite rightly said, as happened on the white goods yard. And I generally think this is the right thing to do. I think it would be, you know, kicking one leg out of them, but you know, before they've been there since I think it's April, I think, you know, so very early days. And I just feel that's the right thing to do, to give them a chance. If it doesn't work out in 3 years' time, the caravans go, they go, and you know, we'll have to deal with whatever's left. But I'm sure that's the right thing to do.
Councillor Golding.
I'd like to second.
if I may. Rather than do this on the hoof, so to speak, I would hope that we can have delegated authority to identify the relevant conditions, and given the nature of this particular case, I dare say that that would have to be run past one or more of the committee as may be identified. So there are a number of things to consider. So there's the time period, 3 years, but also when tying it to the business, I think what immediately jumps to my mind is the condition would have to deal with scenarios whereby if the business fails within the 3 years, then what? Then what the 2 units can be used for. So one would be conditioned for storage use, one for accommodation. Then going back to the issue of who occupies the caravan that's going to be used for residential occupation, what's springing to my mind is something along the lines that it can be occupied whilst the business is a going concern by an employee or the landlord, an immediate family. But if it ceases trading, then it can only be immediate family. Something along those lines. I think we're going to have to sort of sit down and work out the various permutations.
If it ceased trading, they would leave anyway. So then, I think it's quite simple. I think it's 3 years, or when that particular landlord group of people move out. I think it's really as straightforward as that.
Yeah, I'll have to double check. I think the pub is a tenancy rather than a free pub. So
they should be used to the idea that if it fails, they get moved on, or I mean, I'm just thinking, suppose the business failed just inside the 3 years, they've got to have time to find somewhere else to live.
Indeed, but in these odd times, you don't know whether or not the brewery company would take a different attitude and say, well, you can stay in and pay a rent as a residential property until such time as we find a new tenant. So I think we'd have to cover all of those bases in any conditions. Chairman.
Councillor Cornwall.
Yeah, I just wonder, can we leave it to you as chair and the officers to sort out the conditions and so on? I mean, you all know what we've all been saying anyway, and what the whole intention of this is. If we approve it, I don't think we voted on it yet, but if we vote that way, presumably we can leave it to the chair and the officers to sort out, folks, can't we?
Yeah, it's that old, we need planning permissions for obvious reasons.
LP3 is a small village location, which it is. The proposal for installation, well, it says that it's unjustified. Well, we don't think it is unjustified. We think it is justified. And an LP12, distinctive character of the area. Well, in all fairness, I went down there this morning and I couldn't see a caravan. So in terms of visual impact and character, you can't see it, and nor could you see the one that was there for 9 years previously. It was in the back garden, and so that would be.
Madam Chairman, can I ask, under LP2, facilitating health and well-being of Fenland residents, it is a disabled person, if that helps.
Yeah. Are you? Have you got all of those? Have you got those? Okay. The proposal is that we go against officer recommendation and approve the application. So please can I have a show of hands?
That's 9 votes.
2, 1 against.
Yeah. Recommendation.
Right, we go back to David to present application FYR 220919, again outline planning permission, and that's agenda item number 14.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an outline application with all matters reserved to erect up to 2 dwellings, land south of 733 Whittlesea Road in March. However, the site is actually Turbs rather than being within the town of March, and would just draw members' attention to the update report that's been circulated regarding this application. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photograph. I think the pattern of development is quite clear from this, that it's predominantly linear with development fronting Whittlesea Road and March Road as it goes around that bend. The site, as you'll see from the aerial photograph, forms part of an agricultural field to the south of existing dwellings at the edge of Turbs. Access to the development would be via the farm track to the front of the site, which is an unadopted road, but which does form a public right-of-way. The right-of-way team at County have raised issues regarding the needing to be a legal right to access across this, and also that approval would need to be given by them for any resurfacing of this track. And I think it's fair to say this perhaps does raise questions about future deliverability. However, access and all other matters remain reserved for future consideration, and the site is in flood zone 3. Indicative details have been submitted illustrating a pair of chalet style buildings reflecting the properties to the north of the site. And these existing properties are shown on the upper left image, as is the nature of the sort of farm track. The upper right image shows the application site in the context of the remainder of the field, and you can sort of see the wide open expanse of agricultural land which this forms. The lower right image shows a view looking back towards the farm track and the existing dwellings from the sort of informal track. Sorry, the lower left image shows a view looking back towards the farm track and the existing dwellings from the kind of informal track which has been formed in the field. And then the lower right image shows a view from the frontage of the site looking sort of south down the farm track. The aerial images on screen show how the site has been sort of, I suppose, altered really in the last few years to be almost separated from the wider field by the creation of that informal trackway that I've referred to. So to summarise, Turbs is a small village where normally only infilling will be allowed. The application proposes 2 dwellings which would not constitute infilling and would result in a clear extension of linear features into the countryside in conflict with policies LP3 and LP12. And this would have a clear character impact given the nature of the site and the prevailing settlement pattern. As the site involves development out into the countryside that isn't consistent with the settlement hierarchy, the area of search for the sequential test would be district-wide, and therefore the submitted sequential test is deemed to be not acceptable. The application is therefore considered contrary to the relevant policies of the local plan, and the recommendation is to refuse outline planning permission as set out within the agenda. Chair.
Thank you, David. We have one speaker on this application, and I'd like to invite Shana Jackson, the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. Again, you have 5 minutes, Shana.
Thank you. As you've just heard, the application before you is for 2 dwellings and is submitted in outline with all matters reserved. The proposal has been recommended for refusal due to reasons of principle and flood risk, and taking each issue in turn, I'll respond as follows. Turbs is classified as a small village within the local plan. In small villages, infill development is supported. This application site is located between two built-up frontages of Whittlesea Road and March Road. It is a gap within an otherwise built-up frontage and would meet the definition of infill development. It would also round off the existing built form in a logical way. The principle of development is, in respect of policy LP3, is therefore supported. With regards to flood risk, the reason for refusal states that the search area for land for development should be the whole of the district, given the location of the site. However, we would dispute this, given that the dwellings in question would serve local amenities and facilities within the village and are positioned within the existing footprint of the village. Therefore, the search area should be Turves itself, not the whole district. The sequential test has proven that there are no alternative plots available to serve the development, and the submitted flood risk assessment demonstrates that the dwellings will be technically safe from flooding, and this has been accepted by the Environment Agency. As such, there is no harm caused in respect of flood risk. It's submitted that the infill nature of the site is very similar to the scheme at Red Barn you've recently approved, and this received officer support. The application is before you with support from March Town Council and local residents, and it's our opinion that there's no conflict with planning policy as asserted in the reasons for refusal. I therefore respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Shana? Now I'd like to invite members to put questions to officers. Councillor French.
Thank you. I'm quite sure in the past, because I remember visiting the site several months ago with Councillor Benny. It's got down here erection, the site planning history, only going back to 2018. I don't know what happened to the planning application, whether it was deferred, withdrawn, but I don't believe the site history is correct. And I'd also like to point out, it is not in Turves, it is March. It's in my ward. Turves doesn't start until you turn the corner on the left-hand side.
Through you, Chairman, I think certainly there was an application a few months ago, sort of further along March Road, sort of the agricultural building at the back of the site, which members resolved to, or the application was to demolish that and to erect a dwelling. Certain members, I think, approved that. I'm certainly not aware there's been anything actually on this application site. And in terms of whether it's in Turves or March, to be quite honest, I'll let members make their own conclusions as to that.
Yeah, the March wards actually go, oh, it's most peculiar when it gets down to the other end, as I know from my ward as well. So what is the difference between this application and the built form of number 133? Because 133 is away from the road, the carriageway, and yet it was built. So what's the difference between what the obvious permission that was given for 133 and this application?
733.
Eh?
733.
733, is it? That's a really awful. Oh yes, it would be. Yeah. Yes, because opposite the road it's 464 probably. Yeah. So what's the difference between the two, folks, please?
Through you, Chairman, 733 and presumably 731 and presumably 729 to the north of it. So the sort of the three properties there were granted on an outline planning permission in about 2007, I think, at which time they were actually within the development area boundary set out in the local plan, because that was part of a farm grouping of buildings. So essentially very different characteristics to the site that you're looking at today, which is the corner of an agricultural field, not fronting the road, not following the prevailing pattern of development.
So it's Yeah, it's purely that, because in actual fact, 133 does not front the carriageway. 733, sorry, I beg. Thank you, madam. 733 actually doesn't, is in effect built off-road anyway. So I can't really see, even in current form, how there's any real difference. Because if you look at the building line as well of all the roads, this still fits out, doesn't it?
I think David explained that already, but have a second go.
I'll have another bash at it. I mean, I'm not sure how it could be said that this respects the building line when clearly the southernmost dwelling actually sits behind the line of the properties fronting March Road.
Councillor Cole, would you want to come back?
Yeah, I would maintain 733 isn't on March Road. It's on the the private road.
Does anyone else wish to add to the debate? Councillor. Oh, questions of officers. Councillor Murphy.
I'd like to ask the officer, when we was on the bus, it was explained when we sat on this piece of ground that to actually come into the road to get to it, it will have to have permission sought by the road owner, because it is a private road there. So it's got to be done. It doesn't matter, they can seek it, but they have to seek that. If we actually give them permission to be there now, they've got to go through the seek of that to actually build it, to get permission to go down that road to do it. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter, I know that, but I'm just saying that is what it is, isn't it?
Through you, Chairman, I think where Councillor Murphy's coming from is perhaps the issues raised by the rights of way team, which I've sort of indicated in my presentation, which is that they've sort of set out that because this is a public right of way, then there would need to be sort of effectively a legal right of access proven across the public right of way to actually access any dwellings that are erected. So quite clearly, if that legal right doesn't exist, then whatever happens here today in terms of the grant of planning permission or not, then there are question marks over the delivery ultimately.
Councillor French.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It does actually say 5.4 should you be minded to grant the planning application, blah, 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 and then it goes on to the public footpath, 29 must remain open. And I can assure you at County Council, we do have a new public rights of way officer where we haven't had one for many, many years, and he's looking at every public right of way across the whole of the district. So, and that one is quite an important one. So I certainly would be very interested to see what happens there. But as far as the land ownership, that isn't a material consideration. If you can't get somebody's permission to build, you won't be building it.
Any more questions for officers? Okay, so we move to debate. Who wants to start? Councillor Benny.
I'm still here. Yeah, I mean, as much as this is building the open countryside, I see a lot of similarities between this and red brick tile that we looked at earlier. This is it's got red barn. Yeah, it's got buildings on two sides. Does it protrude out into the countryside no more than the garden of 464? And I think this actually squares that piece up. And as we've discussed with the rights of way, if that can't be resolved, it won't be built anyway. I see nothing wrong with this. The application that my learned friend next door was talking about, that we visited sometime last year was the barn that's being demolished, that's actually further out into the open countryside, that's got planning permission to pull down and put a house on. So I can't really see when we, approve that one, but this is just really squaring off the junction. I think this would be another 2 houses very welcome to the area, and 2 more lots of council tax paid to the council. So and it is squaring off the housing in that part of the village. So I see nothing wrong with this. I think I could support this application this afternoon.
Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I can as well. Well, I was only pointing out that they can't just go on there. They've got to get permission to go over it. That's what I was trying to point out. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think too on there, because we sat on this piece of ground where we went into it, and the number, what was 4, that's 460, was it 464 probably, or whatever it is there, one on the end. When you sit there looking at their back garden. So you're not going in more into the countryside, because the back garden comes up to there and it was square straight up. This is quite a little bit deceiving, this red line on here, to be honest with you. And if you see it, and we sat in the bus there and looked at it and saw it, and it comes exactly the same part of where that garden is. So I'll agree with you. I'll go for it.
I have to say personally, if it wasn't for that garden, I would have gone with officer recommendation. But the fact that the garden extends and the 2 houses not going any further than that, that's what swayed me. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Murphy and Councillor Benny. I know we look at everything on its own merits, but I liken this very much to Eastwood End. I know there's 2 dwellings and there was only 1 there, but the actual ground, is so similar to that Eastwood End one, which committee turned down. I didn't. I thought it was good, and it went to appeal, and the appeal was lost. So it is adjacent to the built form, so there's good reason there to. It's not infill, obviously, but it is adjacent to the built form, which is stated in the local plan. So yeah, I think, on balance, I could support it. Yeah, thank you.
Does anybody else wish to add to the debate? Thank you. Officers, are there any clarifications?
Through you, Chairman. I think members in debate have perhaps addressed the first reason for refusal regarding the sort of built form and sort of settlement hierarchy issues. However, I would just draw members' attention to the second reason for refusal and the sequential test. Obviously, I suppose it depends on members' interpretation. If they feel that this is a site that is within TERBs rather than a site in the countryside, then sequentially you may feel that the test only really needs to actually deal with the settlement of TERBs. However, I would just flag up that planning permission was granted for 5 dwellings in TERBs previously, which would count as being more sequentially preferable than this current location. So I think that's obviously an issue that members will need to sort of consider in your determination.
Councillor French.
Thank you. I know it's going to be petty, but this is not in TERBs. This is in March. It is in the ward of March West.
Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's an absolute fact that it is in Councillor French's ward, but it's the relationship, and there's no relationship there to March whatsoever. It can't do anything other than relate to. We had one in Elm not that long ago, which related more to Wisbeach. And we didn't argue about that. So it relates to TERBs, and anybody living there would regard themselves living in TERBs, wouldn't they? Without question. Yeah. And, you know, if we agree that, you know, it relates to TERVs, then the sequential test therefore has to be with the guidance. And from what I read on the planning portal, you know, the sequential test has been done in TERVs. And it's, you know, there just isn't anywhere else with a lesser risk of flooding to build. So, job done.
Are there any more questions for officers? The officers want to raise any more points?
Through you, Chairman, other than just to correct Councillor Sutton in that obviously there are 5 dwellings that have just been permitted earlier this afternoon, which are sequentially preferable. The in terms of applying the sequential test in the SPD, it's commonly accepted that if there are alternative sites which already have the benefit of planning permission, then they are sequentially preferable.
I'm going to answer that. If this application had come before the first one, it would have been switched around. But the one thing I'm going to say, and perhaps this is a little bit controversial, but I'm going to give this the pub test. John and Jack sits at the pub and they're talking about today's planning committee, and there's a planning permission granted to one of their fellow councillors, but just down the road in the same village with the same flood zone, with the same everything else, they refuse it. And what do you think Jack and Jim's going to say? I pretty well know what he'd say.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, I mean, also you could say that whichever way round they would put forward, we've now got 7, maybe if these go through today, we've got 7 applications passed instead of 5 or 3, depending on where they were on the agenda. And I thoroughly agree with Councillor Sutton. People watch these things back and they will think, what are these councillors doing? And it doesn't make sense. And sometimes you have to put a bit of common sense in things to make it work. If not, you invite the criticism that we receive. So yes, definitely fails the pub test for me as well, Councillor Sutton.
Yeah, well, but we have to remember that officers are actually bound by the local plan and the regulations that they work to. We have the ability to actually say otherwise. So.
Yeah, I'm conscious I don't want to labour the points. I think the challenge that committee has got today is you happen to have in today 2 applications which are pretty much next door to each other, and you know we're in this predicament of computer says no. But I hope you can appreciate that from the officer perspective, in terms of applying the sequential test, if we happen to be dealing with applications over a wider geographic area, you would always be granting planning permission on the basis of the sequential test, because you know if you were to sort of cut and paste, you know, what your feelings are today, if you applied that in the future, you would say, oh well, we're just approving more houses that happen to be in a flood zone area, and therefore the sequential test would automatically be passed and not being applied in the way it was supposed to. So I hope there's that understanding there.
Right. Are there any more questions for officers? Officers, are you happy? You've had, yeah, okay. In which case, I'm looking for a proposal.
Propose that.
Councillor Sutton, remembering to give reasons.
Yes, we don't think it's in an elsewhere location. It is adjacent to the built form, and given that we feel that it is related to TERVs and the sequential test is done in TERVs, that satisfies us. And I'm sure officers will elaborate on that.
Councillor French.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. And I think the sequential and technical tests have been provided.
Yep. Are you happy delegated to officers for conditions? Yep. Do you want to see those conditions, or are you happy just to delegate?
Happy
you.
providing they're not over restrictive.
So the proposal is that we go against officer recommendation. Please may I have a show of hands?
Unanimous decision.
So unanimous decision, and we went against officer's recommendation.
Agreed to go to private session and then
Yeah.
close down the.
Yeah.
If my colleagues in IT can hear me, can you now sever the YouTube link, please, and notify me once that's been done? Thank you.
I should have said all this as to why.
Just need to read that out.
Oh, I suppose I have
Go on
to
then.
read it out, yeah. Madam Chairman, you do have.
Yeah, we've not got the private session yet.
Yeah. Look, in relation to the next agenda item, members
Oh, hang
are
on a
asked
minute,
to
please.
determine whether the report contains information considered